Hilden, hope you're doing good.
Huh?
Mr. D-Boy, I got the links for you. Let me get them. Might as well get started here. Zoom in. Oh, that's a zoom out. That's a zoom in. Let's see what we got. Let me go to my YouTube stuff. Content. I gotta get into my Discord to send this to Mr. D-Boy. So we're gonna be working as much as we can on stream, which might be very little, on our Steam page. And we're just trying to get it set up enough for us to be able to So be able to. Oh, thank you. I was gonna tell you could use my plate, so you didn't have to dirty it up.
I forgot. I was like,
Oh, we don't want this public. Almost done. 2 more videos. Sending you the links now. All right. Okay, links are sent to you, Mr. D Boy. All set. All right, now, I don't know. Doing the Steam page, it's all going to be offline. Maybe I shouldn't work on it right now. I don't know. I got to get my credit card.
Shut up and take my money.
What in the hell? Jacob with the sub. 16 months, Jacob. Jesus. Soon, our time together will be old enough to vote. Not really, but who knows? All right. Okay, guys. I guess what we can do is I can throw on a video we could all watch together whilst I work on some of the Steam page off on the other screen. What do you guys think about that? Does that sound reasonable? Reasonable. Does that sound reasonable? Movie day? All right. Let's get YouTube going. YouTube. Load up YouTube. God, my suggestions are trash right now. Hey, I know that guy. Ooh, we could watch some netcode stuff. I got a bunch of videos I still haven't finished from that. Let's do that. Reasonable. Research. Network research. GDC. The physics of Rocket League. Overwatch gameplay architecture and netcode. Or it is rocket science, the physics of Rocket League detailed, or The Great Divide, the unique visuals and deterministic gameplay of Deserts of Karak, which is a Homeworld. Is that the name of it? It's the Homeworld third art in the series. Ren, what's up? Which one should we watch? Whilst I work on Steam page. We're going to do the deterministic gameplay. I'll put it in here. And
today I'm going to be talking about a bunch of work.
Boot. A boot.
We did at Blackbird. I'm the CTO for Blackbird Interactive and was one of the lead programmers on Deserts of Karak. I'm covering quite a bit of ground, which gave me some grief picking a title because there's sort of like 4 little presentations in one. So I wasn't exactly sure what to call it. I don't know if the thin attendance is because I picked a weird, confusing, abstract title. I thought about calling it How to Make a Multiplayer RTS Game Using Unity and C#. But then RTS is so niche, I was worried that would turn people away too, so I didn't do that either.
I don't know.
How many people know what RTS stands for? Show of hands. How many people have played RTS games on the PC in the past year? Have you played our game? Yay, thank you. Okay, so we're going to talk a little bit about how we did what we did. But for the people that may not have seen the game, I'm going to show a short video just to give a sense of what this is all about.
I'm working on the Steam page right now, boys. I'm sorry. Learning new stuff, but also I'm working on the Steam page on the other screen. I just can't show some of it. So I want to go on Steam.
So that's a quick taste of Deserts of Karak. I think 80% of that video was shot in engine, so it's all Unity. There's some hand animated cutscenes, but most of that's happening in real time using Unity as our rendering engine. My agenda is kind of here's a breakdown of the title that leads us into the agenda. I'm going to talk about what I mean by the Great Divide and how we separated our simulation layer from our presentation layer. I'm going to get into kind of some of how we achieve the unique visual look of the game. It's quite painterly. We put a lot of work into the terrain system, which is what I'll talk about more. And also aesthetic physics, how we decorated the presentation layer with Unity physics without letting them interfere with the simulation. I'll talk a bit about deterministic gameplay, why that's important, why we'd want to do that, how we architected it, and how we got rid of floating point numbers. And then at the end, I'm going to dig a little bit into some C# code and talk about how we got performance out of the system. This is the programming track, but I've got lots of pictures, so hopefully it won't be super boring for everyone who's not a programmer. I'll do my best. Let's see. So the Great Divide, what do I mean by that? It's how we separated the game simulation from the visual presentation. So you can sort of think of it as gameplay versus graphics. What's the core heart of the game and how it plays versus how do we make it look pretty with pixels on screen? So core game logic and systems, which were in kind of pure C# code, and then a rich audio-visual presentation layer that we used Unity for. So kind of in an abstract sense, it looks a bit like this. It's very much like the MVC pattern in the large. For us, we instead of calling it the model in our business layer, we call it the simulation in our gameplay layer. Instead of calling it the view, it's the presentation layer. It's where user inputs get pulled in. It's where pixels go to the screen. It's where sound comes out of the speakers. And then we connect the two with a little controller layer. The controller takes user input, turns it into commands that drive the simulation. The simulation updates its internal state and then pushes that state and event triggers back to the presentation layer to be visualized. The simulation is pure C# code with very few external dependencies, and then the presentation is where all the Unity magic happens. So that theme of separating those two is going to play out throughout every aspect of the presentation, and I'll keep coming back to that. So that's just a little bit of background. We'll get deeper into it later. So the terrain system. I'm going to talk a little bit about the different layers of our terrain and how we built up our maps and worlds. I'm going to do a little bit deeper dive on our deferred decal system, which was how the artists kind of painted over everything and made it look nice. Talk a little bit about how we authored those decals. And then a little bit about what terrain meant or didn't mean in the simulation layer.
Oh, it's a breakfast burrito. It's delish.
It's a desert planet. There's sand everywhere. We didn't have to deal with trees or water or all that other yucky crap. It did simplify certain things, but we also put a lot of work into making the sand look really good. But this particular brown area of the palette is going to be in view a lot over the next few slides. Here's a bird's eye view of one of our maps. The outer layer, there's a big flat ground plane. It's sort of like a horizontal skybox. Basically, if the camera accidentally looks off into the distance, let's make sure it's still brown is basically what that bit's doing. There's a progressive detail skirting area surrounding the gameplay region. This area, artists are sculpting it in Mudbox. We also use World Machine for an erosion pass to give it more realism. And then we pass this through a custom pipeline that breaks everything up into chunks.
All right, boys. We have to put the Steam page on hold. We need a bank account from our corporate entity. So that's our next stopping point that I didn't realize would need to be figured out. So we're on hiatus again for the Steam page. Sorry for letting you guys see me eat. So I think I'll put this on for a little bit longer.
And decimates the height map into a mesh and decimates the vertices on that mesh. If you look at the chunk in the corner facing you, you can see some sort of grid-like artifacting. That's because the progressive mesh decimation is preserving vertices along the edges of those grid layers to avoid seaming when we go from one level of detail to another. So that shows up a little bit when you see the wireframe. You don't really see it in the art itself. In the middle is a high detail chunked gameplay region. Again, same basic pipeline, Mudbox, World Machine, and then running through our custom process for breaking everything up into chunks so that meshes don't exceed the 65,000 vertices you're allowed to have in Unity, and things are broken up into pieces.
We're gonna lose. How's it going?
So you can only draw what's on camera. And then there's a layer of set dressing and props. Our art team has an interesting idea of what constitutes a prop. So some of the props are several kilometers long. I think they did this because the height map didn't always do a great job on cliffs. So if you wanted a real detailed cliff, you'd probably want to hand paint it and bring it in. And then the gameplay region is overlaid with over 1,000 deferred decals, which I'll talk more about what that looks like. Scale-wise, the skirt region in this particular map is about 45 kilometers, 45,000 units in Unity, and the gameplay region is about 15 kilometers square.
All right,
so pretty big
we're going to change our task.
Obviously, everything's kind of relative. Our vehicles are pretty big too, so what is this, a level for ants? Anyway, scale is always a relative thing, but the maps are pretty big, and you get to drive around and do cool stuff with them. And there's a banana for scale. Getting down closer to the world, here's kind of the base terrain layer. So, it's kind of undulates, looks okay. Not much detail there. Here's the prop layer coming in. So we throw down rocks and other things to break it up a bit. And then the decals are really what come in and enrich it. I think it's easy to think of a decal as like this extra little sticker that gets stuck on top of the real art. But in the case of our levels, there was a lot more invested into those decals, and they really brought out the detail. So toggling back and forth, base layer, decals, base layer, decals. So you can see we're bringing in a lot of natural erosion in there. We're modulating the lighting. We're bringing some detail into the ripples of the sand. and trying to make it look a lot better than we could do with a simple height map. Not that the base layer is that simple either. There's this sort of monster shader on it that it actually, I think, has 15 different texture samplers. And basically, there's a kind of 2 control textures that are then blending in combinations of 5 times bump map plus diffuse, and kind of giving the artists an ability to kind of raise and lower different elements of the terrain as they across the map. But I'm not going to go much into that. I just wanted to say that the base layer isn't that simple either. So deferred decals, let's get into that a little more. Here's my super awesome programmer art of a piece of terrain that you want to render on a camera. So I'm going to give a quick overview of what I mean by a deferred decal. Basically, you render all the terrain first.
Okay, so I need a
you've
federal
built up,
tax
rendered
ID.
your scene, you've got your depth buffer populated with the distance to each pixel, and now you want to go and splat a decal on top of that, that rendered terrain. So this little dash line here represents the bounding box of a decal volume that I want to draw. As that volume is drawn, what actually happens is the shader is sampling.
Okay, this is more about visuals than I was expecting. It's going to eventually get into deterministic gameplay. But I think it's time. I'm going to just get to work now since I'm kind of at a standstill for the Steam page. So I'm going to close that out for now, and we're just going to get to work. Now we have something I'm referring to as the jitterbug. The jitterbug.
Santa, did you get my letter?
Hang on. We gotta do it.
Jitterbug. Jitterbug.
All right. It's the jitterbug. Jitterbug. Woo! It's the jitterbug. Jitterbug into my brain. So let me show you the jitterbug here. We're going to start the server here on the bottom. This client is going to be up on the top. If we move around with the client, uh-oh, nothing's working right now with the controllers. Hang on, got to plug and unplug and replug. Okay, that's the server. So you'll see this movement on the server side is real smooth, right? Smooth as molasses. Okay. We could do some work on the rotation stuff to smooth it out, but for now it's fine. Hey guys, what's up?
Trying to get in.
Okay. Let's be careful with the screen though, okay? What are you guys doing? All right. Well, my kids want to say hello. Sweetie, this is a big imposition on me, sweetie. I'm trying to work, love. Okay. All right. There's my kids. It's hard to get mad. All right. Trying to work. I'm trying to work. Anyways, yeah, so servers, smooth movement, right? Then on the client side up top, here's the jitterbug. You seen it? The jitterbug. Woo! Jitterbug. So we get a little bit of like jitter in our movements. And we believe that this has something to do with how we're replicating the inputs on the server side and that we have an off by 1 issue. So we're going to try and deal with that today. So let's get started on it. Oh, but in case you guys haven't seen, here is what we've got going on in the game so far. We have these little mines right now. They're not going to be floating all the time, but we can go up to them and we can mine, and then little bits fall out of them, and then they come back. So I can mine this one as well. Bing! And it works on the client and the server side. So we come over here and we mine this one, and bing. Now the drops are different for both sides. They're not the same for client and server. And the drops are not coming from the server. They're determined on the client side, but we'll see if that's important or not as we move along. Look at that little son of a bitch. Look at him little spinning around. You see that? That's funny. So anyways, that's where we are. If it's off by 1, then all you have to do is +1 or +- and it'll fix everything. We'll see. We'll see. So let's try and catch this. Let's try and catch this. We can think about inheritance, not do it. Just think about it. Is this a quote? Is this a 2Bob quote? How's it going, 2Bob? Okay. So let's just pause here and see the numbers we have. I mean, it looks like we're rolling through it fine. So maybe it's when we're processing. All right. So we have execute next inputs. And then we have ring head. So let's print out ring head and see if this is looping right. It seems fine. How about we do this? We'll do a last head variable for now. So we have ring head last. The other thing here to consider is even if our index is right, that somehow the actual ring that we're grabbing from is wrong. So how about we have a big ass, how about I just have an array that I just append? Because where else are we using this from? Well, look at this. We are sending an ID last input. This could be it. So we have our head in our history. And so there's history and then ring head. And ring head. It's ring head. So these should both count up equally. They're not going to be on the same number, but all right, let's run around. That's the server. Here's the client. Okay, we're getting our jitter. History number is going up. Let's see. Ah, we got it, boys. There's our problem. Okay, so we know what to fix. All right. So it's not an off by one index. Something a little different. But we're sending the wrong historical number across the line. It's like getting messed up. Look at this. We send it twice here. Okay. All right, we got her. Rig, what's up? So we know what's going on, but we don't know why. Shit. Okay, but we're smelling it. It's in here. It's in here. We smell it in here, okay? We're going to track it down. Rig on a 15 stream streak. Dear God. Thank you for that, Rig. Rig has been incredibly useful to Bob as well, with a lot of the like sort of rubber ducking and just kind of figuring out a lot of this stuff as far as what I'm trying to do. And you know, there's been a few naysayers, but that's fine. There's 100 ways to skin a cat, but skinning a cat is wrong, and therefore all programming is invalid. You see how that works? If we use turn a phrase, we can make anything. All right, I will be right back. I've drank a lot of coffee, and I'm suffering the consequences of it. Please excuse me. I'll be back in just a moment. All right. Okay. Seven, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So when it reaches 20, it fudges up. All right. Now input index history. Okay. So this is the last input index we're getting from the packet. Plus diff IDX. Diff IDX. Which is from difference, which is up here. All right. Let's go like that. Last input index, we just constantly increment by 1. This can only be updated one physics tick, or once a physics tick. On the client side, we're on the same physics tick on the server side. All right. So this is when a packet comes in. Okay. Last input index. Is it as simple as this? I think we just put it in here. Is that it? Did I just fix it? Nope. I mean, it's not firing nearly as much now. Look at this. We're skipping forward. Okay, so we've almost got it, but not quite. Look at that. Okay. It's better. It's happening less often. But we still know the problem. I don't think we did anything with this, frankly. Actually, the more I look at this, it doesn't matter. Because that's a singular number. We're not going through in a... This doesn't matter. We didn't do shit. That literally did nothing. It could be there, fine. That did nothing. Okay, we're not anywhere further along. Sadness becomes us. But we know, good friends. Seems like if the difference is 1, dude, I've been playing Splintered Fate with my friend, and I'm having so much fun with that game. It's a TMNT, like, Diablo-style beat-em-up. It's fun. It's mindless fun, but it's still fun. New input index, current ring. New input index. Current ring. New input index. Ah. Stars above. Ah. Stars above. So where did you come from? Current ring equals new input index. Bro, what? Oh, I see. It's just updated here. Cur ring +1 server input buffer size. Cur ring +1 server input buffer size. Server input buffer size. Server find in files. Server input buffer size. Let's see where else we're using this. Kerr ring server input buffer size. I think input packet size. So this is how we're calculating our ring. How are we sizing these sons of bitches? Input buffer size. We're slicing the sons of bitches. We're resizing based on server input buffer size. That's 40, buddy. Ring index. I see. I see. I see. Let's check this again. New. Input offset. What are you about, buddy? Oh. Perhaps we want to do input offset as well. Physics frame. Last input index. We're backwards on this. Last input index is actually, we want to, why would we keep adding? Okay, I think we're getting somewhere. This diff index goes up by 1. Input packet, last input index. This would be minus. Okay. We're getting there. You ain't streaming unless you got a ban. Ban the bots. Gotta ban the bots. Thanks again, Jacob, for the sub. I really appreciate it, dude. It's Jitterbug. Dandy, how's it going? So I need to get a tax ID for my business. Then I can open up my business account at the bank. And I guess once I do that, I can register my Twitch to be on the business account, and then we can start depositing the Bezos bucks into my into the business. I'm doing all right. Ooh. You guys ever get that? Like one of your tubes in your neck gets crossed wrong? Come on. There we go. It's getting old. First time that happened, I thought I was going to die. It's like, oh no. I remember the first time I stretched I woke up in the morning and I stretched my legs out, and my one of the thigh things like happened where it like gets super tight and hurts like a mother. I thought the muscle had come undone from my leg and rolled up, you know? A Charlie horse, yeah. I was like, oh God, I'm dead. This is it. Okay. We're getting close. Yeah, it's super painful. Yep. God, it happens most if I forget and I'm in bed and I'm waking up in the morning, that's when or in the middle of the night and I stretch, that's when it'll happen. I always get those in my calves. Yeah, that's where I get them. Foot. Wow, I've never had it in the foot. It's funny, you get used to it where you're just waiting for that cuz there's this like immense relief when the pain subsides. And my Achilles. Wow. Or my hamstring. The foot kills. I can imagine. Got all those nerve centers down there. It's like, hey, this is going to feel extra bad. Just so you know. Your foot's super sensitive, so you don't melt your foot on lava or something. So here's some extra little pain receptors down there. I found it helped to try and engage an opposing muscle group. Like when it's happening. Nathir, how's it going? Okay, let's break this down. Let's try and break this down. Ooh. Whoa, where am I? What in the hell's going on here? I'm in some sort of command line in the... Get out! Exit. There we go. Somehow I opened up the terminal inside of Vim. I haven't done that before. Try passing a gallstone through your digestive system. It's like something ripping through you from the inside. Google says it can be caused by dehydration. Yeah, I haven't had it happen in a while. I've been drinking a lot. Good liquids. 10 consecutive from the theater. So for calves, I try and focus on muscles along my shins. Interesting. Trying to remember the input for find and replace. I thought it was /. Let's see, this will search in all files. I don't want that. I was doing it through straight. It was a straight in NeoVim. Yeah, Control S. Yeah, okay. Okay. Oh, I know why I was getting confused. Okay, I know why I was getting confused. Last input index. No, so the way I'm doing it is :S / and then you start typing it in. You do need to be on the line or have the area highlighted that you're going to do the search within, though. So I'm not actually sure what the. It'd be really cool is if Vim had and I'm guessing there's probably a plugin that does it, but had something that when you're typing in the commands like this, that it had an explanation of what's going on with the command, because I think you could learn it better that way. Because you just start to learn like muscle memory, but you don't really know what the meaning of some of the commands are. And if you knew that, there's a lot you can like add to existing knowledge with when you learn Vim. Passing a gallstone is pain that makes you sweat, brings you to your knees. It's like someone took a piece of metal, shoved it up your rear to your gallbladder, and started scraping it all the way out. That's a wonderful explanation, Aethir. I appreciate that. Oh, I got to give, speaking of, I got to give some well wishes for Greg. We're going to fix this because we know what we're looking for now. I'm dying, Odie. No, he's in here. He's not in here. He's in the room. Try behind your bed on your side. All right. So we're fairly confident that the math up to this point is good. So let's just double check that we think that it is, that we know that it is. So last IDX, last pended, and diff. What's wild is this still worked, which is, I guess, a testament to how solid this whole thing is going to be. Even if we're wrong, it's still like, that's pretty close. It's like, yeah, you almost got it. Okay, 5, 1. Okay. Okay. All right, so that's looking good. So we know we're right up until here. So we validated the logic for these 4 lines here. We just have to do the rest. It's not that bad, though, because we really only have to validate up till here, and then really then down these last 2 here. The problem is in one of those. So we're almost there. Now, we have these 2 local variables, input ring head and input offset. Now, the ring head, are we even using this? We're using it here. Then we're using this. Yes, sir. Ring index. This might be part of our problem here. Input buffer size. Input buffer size. What if I just thought about trying to do this again from scratch? Like if I just deleted all this and said, you know what, I'm going to do it myself again. I'm just going to try again. Versus trying to troubleshoot where the problem is here. I mean, I need to understand this again. Because I'm having the Gandalf going into the Mines of Moria amnesia. I have no recollection of this place. What we're doing here is we're calculating our let's bring back this and take a look at these two numbers. Head, offset. Now we know these two are good, but we probably want to see them. What are we using to calculate these two things? We're using input index and difference. So we don't need the last appended. So we can get rid of this. And we need to see these two new values that we were creating, which are input ring head and, excuse me, input offset. Okay, that's the server. Here's our jitterbug. And, whoops. Right. Okay. So this should be calculated the exact same way we're doing this. So this is changed. Let's get rid of the player controller. We don't need sim packet. Yeah, this is totally different. But it should be identical to how we're calculating it on the other side. So maybe we want a function call for this. If we ever change it, it'll be the same for both. So we use the last input index of what we got. And that gives us where we are in the ring that we're getting. Well, let's see how we are now. This could be totally broken. Input packet size, it doesn't know what that is. Okay. Still got an error here. Reload. Start. And connect. And we're still jitterbugging. Jitterbug. Woo! Jitterbug into my head. I got some tacos and some chips to eat. A Scooby Doop Dooby Doop Doo. I like tacos, they're so yummy. Now we're doing our offsets. Last input index we're putting in the beginning. So ring index, we're using ring index plus our packet. Minus difference plus 1. So readable. So readable. Input offset. Why are we doing all this crazy math? Right, okay. Because we're trying to... Oh, okay. All right, so we reconstruct all this. Okay. So let's look at when we write the packet. And specifically when we're doing anything where we assign these sons of bitches. Which we do when we unpack the son of a bitch. Here. Packet. Last input index. So how do we loop this SOB? T-code. Last input index. We get a number there. And then we just loop. So we don't know which of these is... Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. There we do. We're always incrementing. Number's always going up. Ring index. But we're wrapping around. Okay. And this is just a number. Right? So do we not need ring index? This is the actual packet. Okay. All right. Okay. So if we have, and then we do last input index, we encode it here. We get a number here. So we just need to wrap the number. I don't know if there's bullshit. That's just a ring index. I don't have to reconstruct any of this. Okay, so we need to input offset. I mean, we have last input index here. I think we want to do this. We want to go offset of our input index. And then we wrap around the buffer size. We get rid of this son of a bitch. Okay. I chewed on my nail. Haven't done that in a long time. Now we go start. What do we got? Is this the client? No, that's the server. All right, I'm on it. Let's go. Okay, it's still happening. Blah! It's not as often. No, it's pretty much the same. Okay. So something's still wrong here, boys. Something's still wrong here. Offset. Okay, let's calm down here. Offset from the yeah. So input index, decode, So what we're trying to figure out here, let me explain what's going on here. Okay, so we send instead of having an index for every input, we're sending our ring buffer across a line. Okay. And based on the last input index that we send, we should be able to figure out where, because we know we are wrapping every time based on the last input index. So if we have that number, we should be able to figure out where the start of the last input index is in that loop. Does that make sense? So maybe what I should do to try and get this right for now is we're going to send over the input index for each input, not just the last one, just so we have something to compare against. You guys follow? So let's do that after we encode. We'll do another U64. It's a total of 8 bytes, so this puts us at 20. Off ring index. And then we'll just put last input index for whatever one we're encoding. Here. Okay. Roll back on Saturday. Jesus, I'm hooked. Jesus, take the wheel. So we'll just have one called input index. And we can use this to get ourselves straight. So input index, we're going to throw that in here. And we're doing offset. Ooh, that's wrong. Physics frame. Wait, is it 1S? This should be 11. Oh my, how embarrassing. So this makes it 19. Okay. That's 1 byte. So then we're 19. And this is input index. Okay. So now we have our own input index. So what we can do is a comparison to be like, here's where we calculated we're at. Is that what's right here? So how about we just set a breakpoint here. And so on our first packet, we can take a look and see what we ended up with. Hopefully I can inspect that number. $120 on input packet buffer. Right here. She's mad. Input index. Oh, we're not sized. This is going to get easier and easier as we do this, boys. Okay, so we hit our breakpoint here. And let's take a look at some of our numbers. We are at an offset of 18, it says. And our input packet, let's take a look at it. Last input index is 186. So we wrap. Chicken. This number ain't right at all. Physics frame is right. These numbers are horse shit. Our bytes must be off. What is all this? I know. We're paused. We're on a break point. Okay. So close. It's funny how far this got us. And it's a U64. Size is 8 plus, right? So 11 to. These are 1, 2, 3. And so 11 plus 8 is 19. Right? So that all seems fine. We decode over here the same. I mean, let's go and just print this out. It shouldn't be a huge number. And even if it is a number, it should increment up rationally. And it doesn't. It's just fucking hogwash. What is going on? Do we size the we size value? That's our problem. So I don't know what happens when you ask for bytes that don't exist. We're just grabbing memory somewhere. We're like, hey, what's here? Oh, that looks fine. That looks okay. Input packet size. We should be at 19. So 19. See if that fixes it. Start and connect. There we go. Okay. So now we got closer to the truth here. Now we can use this for comparison. Okay. Super. Start the server, connect, and we hit a breakpoint immediately. We are looking at input packet. Let's go ahead and shove you over like this. Last input index was 190. We don't have a bunch of printouts for that. 190. But if we go to, where is it? Input index array. So 190. So we're looking for when we get, that's on 10. So when we get this input offset, the number should be 10. So what we read in our printout offset, that should be 10. And it's 8. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Now we're subtracting difference from it. Oh. Difference does matter though, because you know what? Let's just make this as close to the truth as we can get. We don't care about difference. We want this number to be the true head of the ring buffer, and then we can calculate the difference. So we just have a better variable name for it. How about that? So let's try and get it to match first. Okay. Last index is 147. Here we go. We're going to scoot this over and input index. So we're at 147. So we should be at 7. So that offset number should be 7. It's 7. Okay. So now we know exactly where the head is. So Jesus, what's going on, guys? Oh. I guess, yeah. Well, I mean, you know how he is. You're gonna want to take the plate. I guess maybe talk to me about it next time. No, it's okay. I just needed a heads up. Could you help me pull this up? All right, guys. Now we get to get interrupted by the German Shepherd a bunch. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we're getting somewhere better. So we use input offset everywhere. So this is what this should be called is last. This is input ring head. Okay. So now we don't have an input offset, but we're getting somewhere better. Ring head. I can get rid of all this. And this. Okay. I hope you're doing good, IPO. Hope everyone's doing good today. So you're saying %rig, %s /g. Is that like everywhere? Like global? Well, I'll have to look into that. Wonder if % has something to do with whether it's case sensitive or not. Replacement. Okay. So this is where we're doing some weird, some weirdness here. Input offset. We are incrementing Input offset +1. We wrap it. Okay. So input offset needs to equal... Hey, buddy. How you doing? So it should be input ring head minus difference. It's as simple as that. But we need to wrap this son of a bitch. That's why we were doing the wrap I. So why don't we just do that twice for now? We just need to understand this better first. Hey, bud. Love you, handsome. You're a handsome boy. And so this is interesting here because input offset, buffer size. So we just trust to wrap around here. But why are we doing it like this here? Why come? How come why? Why come you have no tattoo? Dude, Calvin, you got to eat slower, buddy. You're going to kill yourself. Okay, input offset. You put I next to the G for case insensitivity, I believe. Yeah, I just ate really fast, Mom. Almost threw up. I never get breakfast anymore, Mama. I'm a starved pup. I'm dying, Mama. Well, we can't use a negative number. Is that why we're wrapping? Value, min, max. Min is 0. Okay. Ring head was at 0. Don't know if I believe that. Start. And connect. Ring head is at 10. Offset is 2. And that means our difference is what? 8? Oh, it is. Okay. I don't believe that, but all right. All right, let's see how she's acting right now with this. Is this our fix? I don't know. There goes the server. We're hitting rollback all the time now. Let's turn off. Let's just say we roll back on the client code for now. really need debugging tools in the. So we're going to get rid of print debug, and let's just say rollback. We don't have to be all fancy about it. How about we just say we roll back the ID, show the ID that we roll back on. That sounds fun. That sounds neato mosquito. Okay. Like this and whee. Okay. So on our connected clients, input index history. Now we should be starting off backwards. I think this might be another part of our issue. Okay, so we know we're pretty confident about these things here being what we need them to be, right? Let's say diff. All right, and let's roll it up. Ring head, so offset is where we're starting. Okay, so 7, 8, 9. Okay, there's part of our problem there too. Offset should be +1 because we're going to start out at that index number. Here we're saying difference. I don't know about that either. Offset difference +1. So that gives us a number. Input offset +1. Okay, Calvin, I don't need you underneath here. There's no food. There's never been any food under here. Okay, you're not going to find anything. Okay, you can get some pets. You're going to find some pets. Fiera, how's it going? Oh, man, his breath is so warm. It's nice. You got some hot breath there, buddy. Ah, it's toasty. It's toasty. It's no wonder we like dogs. We domesticated you guys. You guys probably kept us really warm. We probably cuddled a bunch. Huh. Yeah. Did we domesticate you or did you domesticate us? Which one do you think happened? I'll do a shout out to Fiera. That's weird. It didn't do anything. That's weird. Shout out sent. Option 3, women domesticated you both. Interesting. Okay. Current ring is new input index. What is this? This is so why are we creating a whole new variable when we are assigning it something that we're then using here? Why don't we just use new input index? Well, that's handy too. So if you're on Calvin, new dude, you're being very dramatic. I love how much rewriting I've done and literally nothing's changed. It's like the exact same problem still happening. But we're making it a little bit cleaner, I guess. And sure. Here goes the server. Here goes the client. And we're rolling back still. And let's take a look at now ring index, new input index. So this is server client buffer. So these should all be resized to the server input buffer size. Okay. All right. So how about we confirm the thing that we were talking about, which is that okay, see how this is different? Because I see it. Why are we cool with that, but we weren't cool here? Is it because we can just wrap around? Wrap around. Wrap up, get down. Wrap around. Offset difference. Okay, so we'll do that just for sanity. And then this is where we can find the discrepancy here. But the thing that I'm concerned about is this input packet. Now, what we should be able to do is with the ring head, we can confirm that last input packet matches. So let's do this. I'm going to put two things here. One is the last input index, and then I'm going to call it check. Mike, check. Okay, so then check is going to be the ring head and input packet last input index. And then we're going to say input packet, and we're going to grab from input packet dot input index. Now these two numbers should be identical if we're not off. So we could do, just for sanity check, we could do a comparison string or comparison, some sort of conditional to make sure this is the case to see if that's where we're getting something wrong here. Let's scroll through it. And everything seems to match, which is good. Okay. So that's where the head is. And we're confirming that with the packet that we're sending. So that means we can drop the extra data that we're sending here with this input index, but we're not going to just yet. Because we're still trying to figure out why things are off. So we use input index as our assignment, and we're rolling a larger number here. Now, when we go well, he's being fine. It's the kids who are not being fine. He's being a good Jeremy Sheps. All right. Hey, buddy, come here. You're being a good boy. Can I say that to you? Can I tell you I love you? Can I tell you I love you? Good boy. You're a good doggy. Has anyone ever told you you're a good doggy? Has anyone ever told you you're a good doggy? 'Cause you're a pretty good doggy. You're not a bad doggy. You're a good doggy. Come here. That's my boy. Oh, that's my boy. Can you shake? You do know shake. Where did you learn shake from? Who taught you that? Who taught you that? Who taught you? Whoa! God. You're going to make me fall. Yeah. You're so big and heavy. I love you too. I love you too. You're taking over the stream, buddy.
Oh, that's cool. Cool? Yeah,
It's
cool.
a light.
You think it's
for the
cool?
raid.
It's cool.
I was lurking on
It's not
8-bit stream this morning. I got a German Shepherd. He's tackling me right now. Say hi, Calvin. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. He's choking me. Okay. Oh, my God. I hope you're doing good. He just lays on top of me. Love you, handsome. All right. We're back. Let me do a shout out to 8-bits. What's up? Now I have my special shout out shortcut, but it's not working right now. Let me try it again. Negative. Did I type something wrong? No. There we go. How was your stream today? How did it go? Welcome in, everybody. We're working on a multiplayer life sim game. If we're to describe it simply as a genre. And we're dealing with a bug with we're trying to tackle one of our big, kind of the only real bug we have with the netcode right now, which is we've got a little bit of jitter for the client whenever we hit roll back way too often. So we're just trying to figure out why we are hitting that so much. So we do have this thing called ring head. All right, guys. Print. We're going to say head. And history. Again, there's our history. there's that. Okay, so let's see if these are still. These should be incrementing in order. But right now, what we're seeing is that what we're calling the input history is not in order. So somehow we're getting something off. Stream went sideways with coding. Okay, so that's the rollback. You see the jitter up here? So we're getting some kind of rollback. Yep, look at that. There it goes. She's wrong. And it's 20, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. That's our biggest hint. That is our biggest hint. Let's input index. History. 20. New input index. So this is the index we're using to roll through it. And this is our offset that we're grabbing from. So that means that okay. We can see the problem right here, guys. We can see the problem right here. Let me try. Let's just try using input buffer size. Maybe it's fine. I don't know. I don't know. Start with an idea and then plans, and it doesn't work that way. I feel you. Need to hop offline, though. I have some work on the Jeep I need to get done. All right. See ya. Let's just try it just for funsies. Okay? We're going to get rid of server input buffer size on anything here. We're going to use the input buffer size for sizing everything. And mayhaps we just start working. So now we are doing see, we're doing a bunch of weird stuff here though. Now, is it possible? Slurver input size. Input ring. Greg, I hope you're doing good. Give me a moment, guys. Be right back. Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. I didn't realize you were there. Oh, I'm sorry. You okay? Sorry about that. I didn't mean to bother you. I'm sorry. Okay, give me just a second, buddy. I gotta grab a drink. You stay right there, okay? You be a good boy. There you go.
Here, give me some egg on my bit.
See ya. All right, we're back. Sorry about the delay. So, we know that we're still off here. Server input buffer size is 40, right? Oh, rig. I think I got Firefox going. Here we go. Tetris IO break coming up. Once Firefox loads up. Might have to sign in here. I don't want to do this. Just want to play. Why is it taking so long? Gadzooks! All right, here it is. Feel free to join in. Anyone can play. Keyboard or controller. Might just be me and you, Rig. We'll see. Let's do a round together. Mono y mono. Oh my god, that was brutal back and forth there. What do we do next? Guess I have to use the mouse. Second favorite is here to play. Let's do it. Ah, fuck. Way to go, Cricket. Just screwing it up. Now we've got a hole to fix. Why does it even matter? Why does anything matter? Embrace the nihilism. Second holding on. Nice comeback, second. It'd be cool on the score screen if it played like a little quick replay. Don't attack me, brah. That's what it feels like to have that volley lined up. I've never been on the receiving end quite like that. Here comes Calvin. He might unplug the stream. Oh, God, I really screwed things up here. Shit. Calvin, stop. Ah, shit. Ah, shit. Shit on the stick. Shit on the stick. Ah, that was a bummer. God, second favorite holding on desperately. Rig just has to keep a clean board and continue to volley attacks. Second clinging to hope. All right, let's do it again. I haven't gotten a single win in, I don't think. I got the one in. We're tied. Tiebreaker. Here we go. Okay, it's over for you nerds. My grandma made me that lunch. I had to do something. You gotta go, buddy? Alright, guys, so I gotta take Calvin out after this. Just a second, bud, okay? Okay. Okay, bud. Okay, I hear you. I've screwed up so bad on this one. Fuck me. Christ! God bless America! Ah! Ah! Oh my God! No! Criminy! No! No! We had a well for the almighty Tetris! We had a well for the almighty Tetris and we screwed it up! Our Lord and Savior Tetris! Oh, no! Oh, Cricket's barely hanging on this entire time. It's been a battle of the wills. Oh, sweet Jesus, please, no! Oh, I'm just gonna throw in the towel. I gotta hang on, I can do it, I swear I can! Oh, God, sweet Jesus! Oh, God! Closing that well broke my heart. Dude, it was... It wouldn't have been amazing?
Yeah, cool. You think it's cool?
I heart funny boys, thank you for the raid.
It's not cool.
Let me do a shout out. So, I saw your YouTube from a couple of days ago, and I was like, we're working on the same thing right now. Thank you for the raid. I heard Funny Boys working on a multiplayer live stream as well, using the same assets. So it's motivating me to try to work on the art stuff as soon as possible, because we're both using KKID assets. I'm going a little bit of a different route than you are as far as the netcode is concerned. My tech is trash, but I am here now. We were taking a Tetrio break. I don't know how to call it. Tetra IO. Are we making same game? I don't know. So I'm inspired by fantasy life. So if so, then we might be in the same genre or category in terms of life sim. But life sim is like a very large catch-all. Like it kind of means a lot of different things. It depends on where you're at. So where I'm at with it is it's going to be it's a lot of different things, but it's inspired by Dark Cloud's city building element. So I saw you were doing terrain transformation. I don't know that I'll have that. And then a lot of the loops that are in Fantasy Life. I'm generally into Dollhouse, The Sims, but right now I'm working more on the slice of life. I got you. Yeah. So I was initially going to make a singular like baking game. And I was taking stock of what I had done throughout the year. And at the beginning of the year, I had done a multiplayer dungeon crawling thing. It didn't become a lot, but I had gotten a lot of it worked out. The lobby system. It was in the browser, and it used WebRTC for the netcode and everything after you would connect through the lobby. So I'd done that, and then a bunch of stuff in my life had happened where I kind of shelved all that. And then I was working on the baking thing, and I'm like, this isn't really inspiring me that much. And then I was like, what I really would like to do is a game like Fantasy Life, like I played on the 3DS. And then the new Fantasy Life had come out, and it was doing good. And I was like, well, I guess I'll check that out and see what it's like. And a lot of the stuff I'm kind of inspired from that, but we'll see as we get there. I can show you what I got. It's not really anything. There's some code stuff some bugs that we're trying to work on right now. But we should trade secrets, because I'm sure we have a lot of the same problems that we're going to be dealing with. So let me show you what's going on here. Is this that's the client? Let me start over here. So right now it's real straightforward. I have we can start a server here, and we can connect to the server down here, and then you see this jitter. So I'm not using the multiplayer synchronizer, and I can explain why in a little bit. But so we've got our inputs here. You'll see there's a little bit of a kind of a delay between when things are happening on the one and on the other, and that's because we're sending out server ticks in a different way. And we got these little guys here, and we can hit them and mine them, and then the resources fall. Just like with your trees, I'm not using the same right now. When loot drops, we're not sharing the the same seed or whatever in order to generate the same kinds of drops. So I'm thinking that's going to be local to the client. So when somebody mines something, you both can get something from the mining. And then if we mine here, it's the same deal. So we're working on something. We've got a jittering problem right now that we're working on with our client movement. So instead of using the multiplayer synchronizer, I'm sending all of the inputs from the clients to the server, who's also a client. And then the server plays those inputs back and creates the server tick, sends that out to the clients, and that's the simulation of the world as it's happening. So it's a little bit of a different approach. But right now we have a bug with the way we're doing inputs. And we're kind of slightly out of sync. So I'm trying to deal with or fix that. See if I can find a good example. It has to do with, well, right now everything's fine. Who's that? So we're still hitting rollbacks. But it looks like everything's cool. Ah, see, we're skipping. So we're not processing all the inputs right now, guys. What is it like early on? Oh, it's only like initially that's an issue. Okay. Anyways. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. Is there high speed? Does it need to be perfectly in sync? Yeah. So what I'm doing is we're sending the last 20 inputs to the server, and then we can reconstruct the timeline of the player inputs that way. That's partly where our problem is right now that we're trying to troubleshoot. So that's kind of where I'm at right now with everything. So, but I've done the multiplayer synchronizer as well. The thing I don't like about it with Godot is it creates a very specific type of lag. And so what I'm trying to do is, if we collect, oh, so it's making the client jitter on the client view. Yeah, so we have something called rollback, where the client keeps track of its inputs that it's pressed. It has a history of it. It's getting a server tick update, and then the server says, hey, when I did this input X of yours, I had you at position, B. And the client goes and looks at its input history and says, yeah, that's cool. And then if it's not, it goes, oh crap, no, I had something else. And then it goes and it snaps the player back to that position, replays all of the inputs that would have happened after that point to resync the player position. So the problem is that's happening too much. It's not right. And so we have to figure out why. And this is a hint right here. This history number, we can see it here, it's firing twice, the same, two of the same. So we have to be careful. We have to figure out why that's the case. Well, but it's instant. If it's right, that would cause jitter, yes, but it shouldn't be happening that often. So the source of it is that it's firing too much. So the inputs that we're playing on the server side are wrong. But one way to hide that is to lerp it, which I haven't done yet because I don't want to be seeing the rollback getting hit as much as it is. So I'm intentionally leaving it that way so that eventually, hopefully, we don't see any of it. Yeah, so you can lerp it smoothly. So if we know that the server tick is every quarter of a second, for instance, we can lerp the position slowly. Yeah, it won't be frame perfect either. That's not why we're doing it, second favorite. So we're doing it so we're syncing. I like your boy. Huh? Bot? Oh. My bot. Yeah, I gotcha. I was like, what? No, so we're doing it this way so that because you'll notice it isn't frame perfect, right? Like, on the server side, it is like they're side by side. So if we look at the server, this is actually creating a bunch of lag, but it's intentionally doing it. So how do I explain it? So the client movement is like you're seeing it exactly up there, right? But let me go back over it down here. So, but if you see the server moving around, you see that it's not like exactly right. So we're ticking these server ticks and reconstructing everything on the client side so that we hide lag. That's what we're trying to do. Because a certain type of lag gets generated with Godot's multiplayer synchronizer. And ironically, it looks a lot like what I'm experiencing right now on the client side. But you end up with these like player positions popping in or around, and suddenly like players are kind of popping around and everything. And so I'm trying to set things up so that it's not like that. And we're getting there. But I get the point of like, hey, don't quote unquote reinvent the wheel and all of that stuff. And that's not quite what's going on here. Also, this allows us to structure our code in a way that we couldn't if we were doing everything through RPC calls. So we're able to, our code gets to be structured in a different way. It's still very compartmentalized because that's just sort of happens when you're doing netcode. But it's not, it can get a little tough when you're doing the RPC stuff. That's for sure. Because like, for instance, you can accidentally be sending more RPC calls than you need to be and not even realize you're doing it because you're sending it to, if you have like a peer-to-peer connection with one server and many peers, if you don't say specifically, I want to send this to the server from me, the client, you can accidentally broadcast it to everybody. There's like so much like overhead with it. I do have to start winding around, but I'll keep an eye on this. We are making very similar things and can help each other. Can you tour me around the game world before I go? There's nothing to see. This is not even like, I don't even have, like we can walk through things right now because we can't use Godot's physics because it's not deterministic. So we have to do our own physics as well. So there's no collisions with anything. This is all I just slapped this together real quick. There's really not much to see. It took me a month to get the core idea with the netcode going instead of a day like you did. Because I knew what I was getting myself into. So like, because I'm doing the core networking side completely different. Everything is being sent unordered, unreliable, and for speed. But we're also intentionally introducing lag as well. It's weird, but hopefully when you're actually playing it, the appearance of other players' lag should be very, very small. So yeah, it's not much, but yeah, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. And yeah, I'll definitely keep popping it in. Although I never get to catch your streams, unfortunately, because I think we're usually streaming around the same time. So, but I'll keep in look at VODs and stuff like that when I can. But yeah, thank you for the raid and have a good day and welcome in everybody. Yeah. So we're working on a specific bug right now that we're trying to fix with regards to this. So we're getting close to having it fixed. If it's fixed, we shouldn't see any jittering and it should just go away. Yeah, they're UDP processor. So we send the inputs in a custom packet, and then we send the server ticks out in a custom packet. So this the player inputs are a total of what is it off the top of my head? I can't even think of it. 1, 2. Yeah, so each input 1, 2, 3. So these two are going to go away, these U64s. So each input is a total of three bytes, and we send 20 of them every single tick. So 68 total bytes is what we're sending for the last 20 inputs. And we're just blasting that out to the server. Yeah, so this is not even that. So far, I don't have a need for reliable packets, if you can believe it. But we'll see. The times that I would need to send reliable packets as I can see it, or when they need to happen faster than whatever our quality, our QoS is, which I haven't really determined yet. But so far it's not necessary. Like, if the world state doesn't hit every single server tick, it's okay. We'll still show the result of the changes of the world and all that stuff. This is not, the other thing is, this is not, again, it's not, I know it sounds like what I'm describing, like what Greg said, second favorite said, I think it's fair to point out that this won't actually need frame perfect syncing. It's not that I'm syncing frames on the client side perfectly. The jitter thing is a different problem. That's not what I'm doing at all, actually. As a matter of fact, I have to lerp and mask a lot of the delay. I could show you what it would look like without any of that tweening and stuff as well, if you want to see it. It looks like a lot of, like, on the client side, everything is sort of like doing this. The ticks are, it's basically 4 frames a second. You could think of it. Server ticks are so imagine a game running at 4 frames a second and then reconstructing it in a way where it's really smooth. That's what we're doing. Yeah, I did something on packet size should be under 1 KB in UDP. At least that's what I remember from an old project. Yeah, I've heard a few different numbers, professor or processor, and professor. Yeah, so because of MTU, any router in your network topology has the potential to drop any UDP that is not below a certain size. So you have to optimize for that eventuality for to kind of keep the chance of that UDP packet reaching its destination. So yeah, there's a lot of, like, you want to really tailor that. And ultimately, here's another thing to consider with Godot networking. It's all UDP. So the Godot engine is like doing a bunch of the heavy lifting for you to make sure that the things reach their destination when you do, hey, it's got to be reliable or whatever like that, but it's still technically UDP. So the danger is that you can flood the network with your with the netcode in Godot if you're not careful. But there's a few different there's like 2 major different philosophies for a lot of networked games that I've been able to determine. There's lockstep, and then there's rollback, and Godot does kind of neither. I think it is technically, like, I don't think it's rollback. But the server is not authoritative to the, when you're using multiplayer synchronizer, the server is not authoritative to the client's position. The client is telling the server where its position is. So that's generally considered not a good way to do it, because depending on the game, people can cheat their position and stuff like that. So by sending the inputs, you are preventing someone from modulating their position to a place they couldn't be. And they could still do that. You could still cheat and do the client and move your character somewhere else, but it's not going to matter because the server is still simulating only your inputs, nothing else. But there's also something called NetFox that's a plugin for Godot that I could have used for some of this, but In a way, I'm sort of a glutton for punishment, but also I didn't know that at the time I'd gotten started. By the time I heard about it, I was already like knee deep in it and had basically got it going. So, but anyways, yeah, so we're deep in the deep in this, but again, it's not a frame perfect thing that I'm doing. I'm not doing frame perfect except for the inputs. The inputs have to be played back accurately. That's it. That's all that has to be correct, and that's what's wrong right now for the client side. So that's what we're trying to fix. Sounds like familiar problems to me, but I've not done any of this game engine, any of this stuff in a game engine like Godot. Yeah, just low level in my own code. Jacob, why are we all here? I don't know. That's a good question. Let me know if you find out. Why are any of us here? Who knows? Why does anything exist, guys? Why we are all here? Oh, I'm such an idiot. Reading comp fail. Streamer has 4th grade reading level. But anyways, I'm excited. I'm excited for iHeart Funny Boys stuff as well. It'll be interesting to see where we start to diverge. I mean, right now we're just kind of in the same asset realm. So there's that, you know. The one thing I may keep from there's a few things that I like in the KKit. I love KKit assets. I think they're great. Pointing to sacred. Oh, for the BDSM. Pack me, daddy.
I can't believe you've done this.
Rabbits. Let me see. Let me make sure I'm getting that right. Rabbits Blinkity. Is it Rabbits Blinkity? Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. But yeah, okay, so just to be clear, the only thing we're trying to reproduce accurately and in the same timing is the player inputs. We reconstruct the inputs on the server side. The server side then sends out a tick that says, here's what's going on in the world. It's a very small amount of data. And then on the client side, we reconstruct that simulation and make things look like they're happening super smooth, right? So now we don't need to guarantee that packets are coming in this huge flood in order for things to look right. We actually are based around the idea that we're only getting a few, like we're not getting a constant stream of updates. So the game is built around the idea that we are expecting things to not come in a reliable transmission. So it's not, we're not doing Rocket League at all. That's not what we're doing. But we do use the inputs and not trust the client to tell us where their position is. That's all. That's like the main thing. And this completely frees us from, if you can imagine, it's like coding a co-op, a couch co-op multiplayer game at that point, instead of doing things through a lot of RPC calls. So it liberates you from needing to do a lot of the stuff that you would do through RPC in Godot. And suddenly it's more like you're just making a multiplayer, couch co-op multiplayer thing. Except that when you are reproducing the world state on the client side, that's where you have to do a lot of massaging. How's your day? You doing okay? Doing okay? Do you ever have somebody do that to you that you don't really like? They just come up to you and start rubbing your back? Jesus. What the hell? That is the most disturbing thing. So, why are you touching me? Like, yes. Oh, did I get the name right? Freddie Confetti. Oh, I missed a follow. Thank you for the follow, Freddie. Most disturbing thing a boss can do. Why is it always somebody who's an authority figure too? The hell's that about? Duh. Yeah. Anyways. I don't know why that popped into my... It's because I got real creepy. I got real creepy with my... I remember that shit happening in high school, though, too. Duh. You said you liked it? No, I didn't. I remember teachers doing that to me. Zuh. God. Anyways. Now I'm having flashbacks. I feel like I'm Peg at working for the ad firm in Mad Men when that shit happens. It's like, what the hell? Like, whoa, no. Oh, my bad, young man. What? Alrighty. Okay, so yeah, so something's still off with our history. So we almost have this, but not quite. We talked about that the other day too. We've been having some weird little themes here on our sidebars. But both ways, here's what I'll say too. Both ways are totally valid.
Gentlemen, this
Both ways are totally valid.
Democracy Manifest.
Professor Chaos, thanks for the follow. Any approach to game dev, in my opinion, is totally valid. I find it funny, and there's been a few videos that have talked about this, but it's like, oh, you know, so-and-so doesn't know how to program. They made a game, and they don't know how to program, and the game, like, sold a ton. It's like, they're a crappy programmer. And it's like, okay, could have fooled me. Yeah, exactly. Results are what matters. Like, I don't, you know, the one that really rubs me the wrong way is the whole giant if statement in supposedly that exists in, I haven't ever confirmed it, but supposedly exists in what is it? What's the one that's based off of the Earthbound one? What's that one? It's like mostly black and white art. It's got that weird bunny ear person. Undertale. Undertale has like this giant if statement for the dialogue or something. And it's like, oh, look at how horrible that is. And it's like, well, okay. I don't know how that code was generated. It's dialogue. It could easily have existed in an Excel spreadsheet, and then they just generated the code they boilerplate generated the code. If so, that's a really effective way of working. And the resulting code doesn't matter. It's the workflow that mattered in that case, right? So like even judging the code is not a very good way of telling what the hell the thinking was in it. You can be like, that doesn't make any sense. That's the dumbest way to do that. But it's like, oh, they were actually just like, they're not a good programmer. So they just, you know, did it this way and they knew that they could do this if thing. And it's like, okay, well, that's fine. Game devs use C# and the quick protocol for all the network code. The only way. I mean, even Godot's net stuff is technically using ENet, which is like super old. So you could point to that and be like, well, depending on which part of the API, the multiplayer API you're using, but ENet is like ancient. So it's like, oh, that's wrong. That's the wrong way to do netcode on the C level or whatever. Balatro is just a tons of if statements too. Yeah. And it's not really, yeah, it really doesn't. Tim Kaine talked about some giant switch statements in one of his videos. That stuff happens if you just need to ship a product. Right. Well, and also I love switch statements. I'm a big fan of switch statements because that means I'm iterating over the data the way I want to be. Like I'm always trying to get to a switch statement. That's the one thing about netcode that is unfortunate is that you do have to compartmentalize more than I would prefer. But I love switch statements because, for one, they get hashed. So they're actually quite fast. And it's all linear. And if you're iterating over an enum, it's super cool. It's great. I don't have a problem with it. But sometimes you can't, and that's when it sucks. I switch statements for life for me. But yeah, I like the Tim Kaine videos. Are you really coding if you do not have at least 7 layers deep nested if loops all over a program? You know what's funny is people sometimes do and they don't realize it because they've abstracted so much. And so that everything's so split apart that they don't actually realize they've created that because the code wasn't clean looking. So they got to clean it up, and then suddenly they're actually doing things in ways you wouldn't have even thought was a good idea. But you can't see it because it's all, I always refer to it as choose your own adventure code. That to me is worse than a giant if statement, because at least you could just follow the if statement. And I get that, yeah, there's probably it could have been done this way or that way. But again, if you don't know the reason why the code is like that, then you can't really, in my opinion, it's hard to critique it. And that's the reason I use UE. Got to see a full picture of my nodes. My loops currently max out at 3 to 4 nested. Got to get on the pro level. Yeah. Yeah, it's but yeah, for me this was all about, it's about a framework that I'm trying to understand, a way of doing something that I'm trying to understand I know where I'm trying to get with this. And so we're working towards it. So anyways, I'm just going to get back to troubleshooting here. Only 3 hours on the stream so far. I've actually gotten quite a lot done, and it feels like I haven't. Okay, so our input history is off. So if I print this number out, this should always be going up. So let's make sure that's the case. So we should see this number always be correctly incrementing. And we're going to comment this out for now. What I'd really like to share with iHeart Funny Boys is specifically debugging and stuff like that. Like sharing approaches for troubleshooting and ways of formulating the network code. That was me saying programmers are more powerful than I, but by the way, I can't remember where I put and name everything, so visualizing is the only way. Oh God. Calvin just ripped a big one. Whew. Oh God, it stinks, man. Oh man. Oh, that is wicked. Look at this. That's not right. Look at this. We're skipping. What in the hell? All right. We're getting somewhere. What in the Sam heck? Here's what we'll do. We'll put these into strings. We'll just call it log. It's log. It's log. It's better than good. It's great. So how do you append log equals? Can I do plus equals with a string? Nah. I can't do that, right? To append? I can. Well, you learned something new. Ah, it's happening right here. Okay, what if... Oh, you know what? I think I know. Possible... I don't think we need to... Let's do this. New input index. Why don't we just start at 0? Look at this. We did 21 again. We're not right. That's not right. Right. It should be offset. Now we're offset all the time. But we're not hitting the ring. So then we're hitting rollback. Okay. We should be keeping track of our rollback difference as well. What if we counted up from difference? So There's a way of counting backwards. Search. We use range on it. We for loop on a range. This is the wild. Here it is. This is how you do it. Okay, you can go away. Oops. Range. Value -1, -1, -1. Size -1. Difference -1, -1, -1. So if we do we use difference anywhere else? We do use difference down there. Now this is interesting because we're doing input offset plus wrap difference minus +1 range. Okay, so then this should now be a number that's right now all I care about is what number do we end up with. Oh shit. We ejected. No. There we go. Okay. So we go 3, 2, 1, 0. Good. So now we can take the number and subtract because we are counting up. So we should be off by that amount, subtract, blah, 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 blah. So this number goes up, proper. New input index. Something's still not right here. But we're getting there, I think. Let's go ahead and remove you, and you, and bring you back, my good friend. Start server, connect, and see how the numbers look now. Okay. Here's the part that's going to piss me off. Now we're incrementing. Oh, what is this? Okay, I think initially it's off. Okay, is it just me or is it a little bit better? But I haven't changed anything about... No. Nope. It's not better. Why is there a space in between some of these randomly? Who knows where thoughts come from? New input IDX. What do we care about this one? What is this one doing? That's the index for putting these things in. Okay. And input offset, same thing. We assign it here, and then we increment it here. Let us print you, my friend, and see that you are too a rational thing for us to look at. That is acting the way we would expect you to. No. No, I look into the face of madness when I see your numbers. What in the hell is what I say? What are you doing? These numbers make no sense. Okay. And that's where we're grabbing inputs from. Okay. My friend, why are we subtracting here? Tell me. Tell me why. All we need to do is increment you, my friend. Okay. Okay, I'm not crazy. It's not nearly as bad right now. It's better. It's still, we're still. So the other thing we're doing is we're simulating packet loss, just so you guys know. We are intentionally dropping packets so that we make sure that we're reconstructing everything proper. So some never make it. Some come in out of order and we drop them. Okay, so we're intentionally introducing the lag that we would experience out on the World Wide Webiverse. Okay, it's not as frequent now. It's still a bit intense when it happens, though. Naram, how's it going? Okay, that looks pretty good. Oh, it looks pretty good, no? What about our new input index? This should be a number between 0 and 40. 0 and 40. This should be a number between 0 and 40. All right, see. 0 and 40. I don't know what accent I'm doing right now, guys. You tell me. You tell me. 39. Okay, so that's fine. Okay. Well, it's better. It's better. God, we're getting close. We're getting close. Let's compare. Let's compare. Oh, that's where the space comes from. It's like, where's that space coming from? There goes the server. Oh, another thing we should be able to do with the approach that I'm using is we can connect to someone's world as they're way out doing something else. So we don't need to have a like, okay, are we all the same? Is everything okay? Like, are we doing, is it all like the scene tree is this and that? And we don't do any of that. If you'll excuse me, I'll be tinkling. Give me a moment. Just a moment, please. Speak. Just a moment.
that's cool.
Cool?
Yeah, cool.
You think it's cool?
It's cool.
I'm not here. Don't raid me. I'm here. Thank you for the raid. But I'm back. I'm back now. Cyan, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. We're working on I'm dealing with a kind of a bug right now that I'm trying to troubleshoot with some of the netcode that I've got going on here. And yeah, welcome in. We're working on I mean, it's not really anything to show just yet, but we're working on a game that hopefully will eventually become some sort of multiplayer life sim thing. We're focused on the netcode and the multiplayer aspects first so that we have a solid foundation for all of that, but it will be a solo player thing as well. I can kind of show you what's going on. There's we're hitting rollbacks too often. Something about the way we're processing inputs on the server side is not right. So that's what we're troubleshooting. We came from our weekly pixel art for beginner stream. Oh, nice. Well, welcome in, everybody. Let me do a shout out I already did. Did I? No, I didn't. Let me do a shout out. I think you've mentioned them before. Oh, geez. Thank God that wasn't a username that exists. I typed it wrong initially. We're doing good. How are you guys doing? Or how are you doing, Colin? And thank you for the suggestion for the raid. I can show you the issue that we're having right now. So we have a server and a client. The server is also a client. And yeah, so the top one up there that you're seeing is right now, that's the client. So you see this little bit of jittering that's happening here? That is because we're hitting rollback. And right now I'm not lerping when we adjust position from the rollback. And so we see that jitter, but that's actually kind of a good thing because we're trying to not have the rollbacks fired. And so something is wrong about the way that we're processing the inputs or the way we're checking for a rollback. I don't know. But it seems to be on the process side here. And then we have the server as well. So we're doing rollback netcode, and we're sending the inputs over to the server, playing the inputs back on the server side, and then sending a server tick out to the client to update the world simulation. And so this is like what it looks like when you mine. Anyways, it's coming along. It's just I decided it's the weekend and I don't know how much time I have for the stream, so I might as well try and tackle one of these weird little bugs that I sort of, not necessarily looking forward to. Now, we don't have it fixed, but it's happening less, if you can believe that. It's still happening. So we continue to investigate. So it's intentional latency is what I would refer to it as. I have a buffer of the last 20 inputs, and we send those out as packets. So every time there's an input, we process we send the inputs on a fixed tick, and we send those with the last 20 inputs to the server, and the server then starts playing with a 20 input delay, which is about a fourth of a second. Well, no, it would be about a third of a second delay. So the server waits until it's got, that first round of 20 inputs and then starts playing them back. And then the client is constantly sending the last 20 inputs. And it's unreliable, unordered, so some of them don't make it. But so long as one of those packets in the last 20 has made it, the server can continually successfully reconstruct the inputs of the client and then simulate the world as the client was pressing those inputs. And then the server tick going out to the clients is only happening every quarter of a second. So what you're seeing here is so if I move the server, no, that's the client. If I move the server and you look at the bottom screen is being reconstructed from and right now you can kind of tell, especially with rotation. But it's only 4 frames a second we're getting a server tick. So but we're doing a lot of smoothing, and like we don't send any animation information, so we derive the speed of the player from when they were previously in the server tick to where they are now, and we can send that to the animation tree to smooth the animations out. And then we can derive like, oh, the mine went from mine to unmined to mine, and so we go, oh, okay, then we need to have this happen, and so on. So but yeah, hopefully that makes sense. I'm sure there's like real networking names for all this stuff. But anyways, the problem that we're experiencing seems to be that we are sorry, that's my Jeremy Sheps. It seems to be that we are dealing with we are putting the inputs back together as we get them incorrectly. That seems to be what's going on here. Sorry, guys. This is in the middle of thinking. Okay, we're not going to check this. Shh. That's my Jeremy Sheps. He's got a hot ear, guys. He's got a hot ear, okay? It's not as bad as it used to be, but it still flares. Ears will flare. Bro, what? Oh, we're doing log. We want difference. Need a better way of debugging this, though. It's hard to make changes when you're actually connected to another thing. Whoa. Okay, I think I know. Part of our friend here. I wonder. It's like 4 million degrees in the room I'm in. I program out of a closet. No joke. No joke. Yeah. So the initial diff is 20. That's right. Okay. Good. So we're not. I gotta reload here. We're slow as molasses right now. Yeah. See, how's something like that even possible? That's what I'm wondering. Is there anything that is off now then? If there isn't, then this has something more to do with let's double check the log. This is just white chalk on a board, erase, chalk on a board, erase, chalk on a board, erase. Goes the server. All right, let's pause. By the way, I'm counting on you to tell me when the new Stargate comes out. I'll let you know. I'm a little scared, dude, because these are I mean, they did Origins, and that was absolute trash. So I'm a little worried. Was it made by someone else? I sure hope so. I would think it would still be under their. Let me see. Universe. Yeah, Universe was a lot different. I didn't appreciate it at the time because I felt like it was trying to be Battlestar, but watching it outside of the time it was produced, it's not bad. The music in it is I like the music in it. I wish there was a soundtrack of that, frankly. Um Oh, you're right. This was totally somebody else. Okay. All right. That gives me a little bit more hope. Yeah. Well, there's like a cliffhanger with the universe that they could maybe wrap up somehow. There's like a million cliffhangers. I mean, technically, Atlantis ended on one, right? In a way, kind of. So, Atlantis sort of ended on one. Stargate had like 8 different endings. The original SG-1. I wonder what they're going to name it. Because I don't think they'll do SG-1 for it, right? So, do they retire the SG numbers? Is it like a jersey number? A jersey letter that or a number that they retire? Oh, dude, it's science fiction. There's always a way. I love Stargate. My buddy, I finally got my buddy to start watching it, and he's like, "All right, I get it." He kind of went in with his arms folded, and then he messed up. And this is Amazon's fault. But the pilot episode is like a separate movie or something. So when you go to watch the season 1, it starts you in the 3rd episode. So he's just like texting me confused. He's like, "Does this just not acknowledge the movie in any way?" And I was like, "Well, what do you mean?" And he's like explaining things to me, and I'm like, "Oh, it started you in the 2nd episode." I was like, "You got to go find the movie." And I was like, "Careful, don't watch it with the kids because it could be nudity in it." But I mean, I'm pretty sure they don't even know. As far as SGU is concerned, yeah. There are shows like Dollhouse did something where they flashed forward to a future that you're never going to see in the show. And that was really cool. So I could see him doing something like that. Amanda Tapping is the first real celebrity crush. I wonder who... I can't think of who it would be for me. I really like the seasons when I personally... So, okay, here's my opinion on season 1 is trash. Almost all of it, in my opinion, it's too much like Star Trek. It's trying to find its footing, and a lot of it is just like, oh god, these episodes. But there's a couple of really good ones in there. I'm not saying the whole thing is trash. I'm not saying throw it all out. But season 1 is pretty rough. As someone who goes back to watch it, I think the first time you watch it, you're not really aware of its badness because you haven't seen the rest of the show, I guess. I don't like it when Earth starts making its own ships, and suddenly it does become like put what's our shields at, and that kind of, and we get those kinds of episodes. I cannot stand the replicator episodes. Any replicator episode, I just want to scream. But the Nox. No, that one's okay. That was kind of interesting how it yeah, that one's interesting how it showed how there's these other groups of people that can kind of circumvent what's even the supposedly big bad in the show so far is doing. I mean, the first season does set up a lot of really cool stuff, like with the Asgard and everything too. And, but I mean, I don't know. There's some stinker episodes. The one where Jack ages, the Mongol episode, I feel like is like a rough one. The one with her, Sam's former boyfriend is bad. The crystal episode, the fish one with the fish guy. Although it's kind of cool how that episode's actually what's going on there. It's kind of like, I don't know. But my wife, I think the Hathor on the first season. She loves that episode. And I can't remember quite all of it. But when it ends up that they're in ships in space is when it drags for me. The gate travel, I think, is really interesting. And I think it really comes together. I think it's around season 4 when they start to introduce the different heads of government being interested in the program, and specifically the Earth sort of politics playing into the gate, and there being like kind of a level of subterfuge and stuff going on. And that's when I think it's really comfortable with itself, and it starts to really play around with what would this actually be like. 2 or 3? It's season 2 or 3 for Thor? Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't know. Season 1, whew, it's a little rough going back to it. And the other thing too I didn't like about it so much was the reliance on the film score constantly playing. The original music hadn't really come in yet, and so it relied so much on the film music that I think it kind of hindered it. It felt like, I don't know, I don't know, it's just off for me. And I'm frankly, I'll be honest, I'm not a fan of the whole Jackson trying to get his wife back thing. And I feel like the casting of his wife, I know it was like his real life girlfriend or something, I think, right? But she's too, she's, in my opinion, she doesn't fit the original film actress at all. I don't know. It's something about that is just really, is really off. But yeah, I like when it gets real comfortable with itself and stuff. I'm not so much of a fan of the Ori and the introduction of all that and the later episodes. I don't like that stuff in the late seasons. I kind of wish that they hadn't relied on the concept that there had to be always this greater big threat. I think that holds it back. I think that's actually one of the things that, you know, I don't know. Something about it's just, I don't like it. Star Trek TNG pilot episode had no incidental music, just plays the theme tune for everything. Oh, I don't even remember that. But I'm a weirdo with the TNG. I love the first 3 seasons. I actually like that stuff and the weird stuff that comes out of the restrictions that Roddenberry had. And I know a lot of people don't, but I guess I'm just a weirdo. I'm just a weirdo. Most of the good episodes are the one shots where they explored weird ideas. Yeah, I agree. I think that's where it's at its best. I think the idea of gate travel and mini worlds and all that is enough to run forever. And I think that's more interesting often. Everyone's a little bit weird. Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you on that. I'd have to go down the list of episodes on season 1 though to kind of let me run down it real quick here. Now we're just talking about Stargate. This is great. What do we got here for season 1, boys? Let's check it out. Let's go down a list. Children of the Gods, Enemy Within. The other thing, okay, so here's the other thing about watching the OG season 1 is the amount of, over time, the show retcons. First of all, okay, episode 1 of season 1, 5 minutes into it, they come into the gate, through the gate, they kidnap a lady, the gate shuts, the gate reopens. How the hell did they open the gate, right? No explanation for that. Doesn't make any sense because they immediately introduced the DHT thing. whatever. But that always bothers me because it's like, how did they open the gate? I still have nightmares about the two-way vortex. Because did it close? I don't even think it closed. I want to say it closed. I want to at least give them that, but I don't think it closed. I think they just walked back the other way. But they even explain in the movie that's not how it works. But I feel like it closes and reopens, but I could be wrong. The Broca Divide is hysterical. The Broca Divide is hysterical. Emancipation's not that good. But the Broca Divide, I don't know. Going that hard on like prosthetics and the idea that someone's, I don't know, just like, oh, my whole shape of my face and everything can change, and then we're back the next episode because we took Tylenol or something. It's like, what? I think this is interesting. It's just, I don't know. Something about it doesn't play right. The Crystal one, Cold Lazarus, is a drag, but they kind of have to get the O'Neill son killed himself thing kind of squared away so they can move on from it. So, at least they're getting it out of the way. The Nox is a classic. This Brief Candle one is also, again, people's bodies aging and then just coming. It's like, that's the stuff where I'm like, no. Thor's hammer. Here we go. We're getting there. So we introduce the Asgard and create some mystery. That's great. And it's the Unas, which I'm not a fan. Some of the Unas episodes, I'm not so much of a fan of them. I'm just nerding out right now, guys. Greg's just like this. He's like, what the hell? The Torment of the Tantalus is great. It's a good one. Bloodlines is cool because we get Chulak and we get Braytak. The son, the kid that plays the son of Teal'c is, I don't know. He's not the best actor, but it's a kid. What are you gonna do? First time chatter, you have compelled me to keep going my liege. Never watched SG1 in my life. A lot of episodes here are to introduce that first season. It's so hard to rewatch, but on first watch, they're great. Yeah, that's the thing. On first watch, they're totally fine. But then, yeah, you come back to it and you're like, they kind of slowly change. They sort of retcon things. And like, actually, the way that the symbiotes work with Enemy Within, this is just completely ignored from then on. Because the symbiote dies, but somehow it still possesses the body. And that doesn't jive with the rest of the entire show. I don't like Nim. This Fire and Water one, I don't like this one. I don't know. It's cool. I'm on the fence on that one. Hathor, I personally don't like too much, but you get women in like tank tops and everything, and it's a little cringy, and even at the time I'm sure it was cringy, but my wife loves Hathor, and it's a fun little episode. This is the camp. This is when they start to kind of figure the camp out. I feel like Hathor is the beginning of we can get a little campy with this, and it kind of works. Singularity is kind of interesting. I think this is a good one. And it comes back later. Oh, this is a court episode. This is like a Law and Order episode, the Korai one. I remember that. Not my favorite. I don't, the typical sci-fi trial episode. Someone's on trial and you have to figure out their legal system and all that stuff. It borrowed a lot. I'll be honest, when I watched season 1, I can feel the influences of very particular Next Generation episodes. Without a doubt. I'm like, oh, this is TNG episode, whatever. Still waiting for that 80-year-old Cassandra to come back. Enigma. This one is good. Enigma is good. Group of highly advanced Tolan. This introduces the Tolan. Solitudes. Solitudes is great. It introduces the second gate, and it explains, it creates more of an understanding of how the gate network works. Tin Man is crazy because this is basically the Matrix before the Matrix movie came out. Or no, this isn't it. This isn't the Matrix one. This is no, this is the Android one. What, they have the Matrix episode in this one, right? Or maybe it's season 2. Where's the one where they go into the Matrix thing? You guys know what I'm talking about? The World Lore. Tolan is the first reverse classism episode. I know that one prick guy. God, I want to punch him. He's like, you guys are too dumb. I'm sorry. We can't talk to you. You're too dumb. Every time I come back to it, I find it impressive how much they managed to introduce in the first season. I mean, there's a lot of good ideas in it. The mirror is critical. This episode here, 20, this plays into the end of the show, if I'm not mistaken. It ties back to this episode. One of the last episodes of the entire show, I think, comes back to this. Politics. This is good because it kind of introduces the idea of who controls the gate at first it's from a U.S. politics perspective, but then it becomes a geopolitical issue. And so that it gets more and more interesting, I think, as Earth politics play into it, I think, personally. And then this one I'm not so much a fan of, the final episode of the season. I just don't like it when they're on ships and space and stuff. So it's just not my thing. It's like, that's not what this is about. The Bobby Ewing ain't dead episode. Oh, man. It's a good show. I think for me, I don't remember the season numbers, but I think it's around 4 or 5. And I actually really, here's another thing. If anybody is a Stargate fan, I loved, I can't remember the character's name, but the replacement for Jackson, God, what was his name, guys? Come on. What was the guy's name? I loved him. I loved the actor. I loved the character. And I hate when fans can dictate what happens to a sci-fi. Jonas, yeah. I hate when fans can dictate what happens to it. And I loved it when Jackson came back and they interplayed. And there was like this kind of weird nerd tension and stuff. And I loved all of it. And I wish they wouldn't have gotten... Did they kill him off? I feel like he's dead. Fuck. I thought he was great. I thought he was great. And yeah, it pisses me off when fans get to kind of, I don't like him. I see it at least 10 times all the way through. It's the perfect to leave it running on the other screen show. Yeah. Yeah. I'll also be a little controversial and say that I liked the original Dr. Weir. I thought she was a good actress. I thought she worked really well. I thought she played it like a politician, and I thought that it would work. She would have worked as the commander of the Atlantis show too. But I mean, I get it. But I thought it was working. Fans get loud and network execs give showrunner notes. Yeah. I think he did. I think he got radiation poisoning. He died in this eerily, I think it was something like that. I also like the original better. Yeah. I think she worked for what she was supposed to be. And the irony is, I think they didn't like, the weird thing is, I think she got recast because they didn't like the character they created. Which is like, but you guys wrote her. Oh, his girlfriend died? Okay. The replacement lady was scary looking too. Yeah, yeah, but yeah, I like Atlantis. I have opinions about Atlantis too. I think the pilot episode of Atlantis, the Wraith really came off as like terrifying, and immediately that was almost sort of dropped. And as soon as you had like, what was it, Bob or whatever his name was, and all that stuff going on, they suddenly became like the butt end of a joke. But I thought they worked really well as this like terrifying aliens-esque kind of enemy that was like almost just like, ripping people from the world of, like a rapture. That shit was great. And then they sort of kind of just undo it almost immediately. And it really, I don't know. I kind of bums me out. Yeah, Wraith got nerfed after the pilot. Yeah. I think that them having to deal with like a real terrifying, almost unknowable villain, and just being on the run and completely defensive was like a really, because in SG1 it's kind of, they always have like, don't worry guys, we're gonna figure it out, I quip whatever like this, and to have the humor come from, we're fucking dead. Like the quipping and everything is like to relieve like pure stress and terror. I think is really interesting. Shut up, the immortal wizards creating illusions in the first one, then they're just meat shields. Yeah. Yeah, and that they were basically kind of vampires. I don't know. I kind of liked it. The Wraith also started being all talky, which was tiresome. Yeah. Yeah. I think another thing too, I think they sidelined God, what was his name? The original team in Atlantis, they sidelined one of the characters and made him become like part Wraith or something. Rainbow, whatever, Rainbow Sun, whatever the actor's name was. And I think that, I personally feel like that was like a wrong move. I thought he was working. I don't know. They made changes that I think they were like, this isn't working. And I think they just couldn't see it. But it seemed fine to me. And then they kind of changed it. And it's like, oh, no. You had something. They're fleshy tech. Yeah. They're like, yeah, the Trip. Yeah. I like Trip. It was a bad character in my opinion. But all you got to do is kind of just give, change the character, have the character go through some change. But maybe the actor wasn't working or whatever. I don't know. I liked the series. Atlantis was it's kind of its own thing. It's more interesting when he came back mutated. I don't feel that way though. I don't know. What was it? What was the equivalent? What was the like? God, what were the episodes with that one group of people that took over the Atlantis briefly? I never liked that. Whenever they were involved in anything, and they came back so often. I personally it just didn't jive for me. But I also think the other thing that they kind of sweep away rather quickly is the idea that part of their exploration and discovery is primarily with the place where they're stuck, and that there's all this exploration and stuff that needs to be done in it. The Janai. Yeah, it was the Janai. God, I don't know. I didn't like that. I didn't like the Janai. But the puddle jumper, there was a lot of kind of cool stuff in it. The episode when the puddle jumper gets, I don't know. Now I'm just getting super nerdy. Where it gets stuck. Yeah, the dude that never dies. Yeah. Michael, that's what it was. Michael was a weird one. Kolya? I don't remember. But there's a couple of good, like, really sci-fi-ish episodes in Atlantis. But yeah, I like it more when it's sort of. I also think I kind of didn't like in SG1. I didn't like the direction with the Jaffa and the whole trip trip what was it called? Triptan. I forget the drug. But there's good stuff. Universe was kind of its own thing. Tritonin. Tritonin, that's what it was. Yeah, Tritonin. But yeah, the episodes with gay travel, the politics, and I love the integration of like the idea that there would be the technology would be sold to the corporate America, and that they would get whiff of what was going on, like where the tech was actually coming from, and then try and subvert the political landscape to try and control it is exactly how it would work in the real world. That corporate America would then try and get political and lobbyist control of the GATE program for its profit is exactly right. And so that I fucking love that. That's so cool. Anyways, I'll get back to work. All right, I'm gonna go grab some lunch really quick. We'll be on a 5-minute break here, guys. Talk about Stargate and how great it is. I will. I'm gonna heat some food up and get a drink, and we'll be back at it here in probably about 5 minutes. Oops, I gotta go. I'm getting ready. I need to be on BRB. Stargate sucks ass. Time out, Mr. D-Boy.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest.
All right, what do we got? Let's catch up. All right, Colin's gone. To be honest with you, I had enough after 8 seasons. Yeah, I think what they should have done is had faith that they could have gone. They were too tied. You know, you got this longest running sci-fi show thing going, and it's like, okay, we got to keep it going. But I think the team idea is enough to be like, okay, well, we can just follow someone else in their story. But I think it would have been interesting too to maybe do something called like Stargate Command or something, where it's more about the responsibility of telling all these people to go sacrifice themselves and make these larger decisions, and sort of the like inner workings of like that whole thing. I don't know. I don't know that could work on its own, but make it more about multiple teams and not just the singular team. Maybe that's where they should have gone after Richard Dean Anderson was out. That would have kept it to be more interesting. And so you could show, you know, an inner working of I don't know, even breaking down like how does everything run? Like, how's all this stuff run? I think that would be more like in the weeds of like the actual process of managing gate travel and sleep schedules and like I don't know. It sounds stupid, but it is like, how does this all really work, and how do people like how does R&R actually work with this and stuff like that. Corporate witchery subverting the Munchkin Council to limit flights for licensed operating warlocks only. Cricket summed it up earlier for me. There was always a new enemy when you use the black hat, white hat country in Western format like most sci-fi does. Yeah. Coming up with a series of such enemies often feels contrived within the same show. So having a predetermined story via Babylon 5 style is ideal. After 200 episodes, the journey outweighs the destination. Yeah, I think it really is like, again, being stuck with a solo team, a singular team, over time really starts to work against it. I think when it starts to break that mold is when it gets really interesting, but it doesn't happen. It didn't happen that often. All right. So let's output. Here's something we can do just to see if we're still pretty spot on. We're going to keep track of the input index. Okay, there it is. And log it here. And then let's spit it out here. Now, again, this number should only increment up in order. Olex, how's it going? We were just talking about Stargate for far too long. All right. I mean, it looks like we're in order. Okay, so this jitter problem is somewhere else. It's not on our input process. All right. Let's look at how often this is happening. $15. Almost another 15. 15. Okay. Every 15 frames is what? A quarter of a second. So every single server update, we were rolling back. So now what we should do is compare the inputs in our position, what we end up with our position, and see where it starts to deviate and how it starts to deviate. And maybe then we can kind of figure out what the hell's going on here. Off by 1+ somewhere. It seems like that, but I'm going to trust my troubleshooting here and move on. So we're at a good point here for committing our refactor, even though we still don't have it fixed. Whoa, what the hell? Even though we still don't have it fixed. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to get there, Olex. But I do think I'll probably get some MGUI panels going. So we're eating pesto chicken pasta with dried cherry tomatoes. That's what we're having right now, boys. You know what? I like how I go to Olex's stream and I'm like, hey man, how's it going? Hope you're doing good. Olex comes to my stream and he's like, look at this fucker making a game. Oh, sucks, don't it? I'm like, what? I don't understand. He just slams me up against the locker. I'm just like, I don't know. I don't get what's wrong. There's more chicken than there is pasta in this thing. If I had known, I would have changed my eating bite or orientation. You know what's funny, Olex, is I'll be humming along, programming, just doing my normal thing, and someone's like, "Oh, what's your problem? What problem are you having?" And it's like, I'm not having a problem. This is called programming. That's what I'm doing. All right. Okay, so this is all shit here, by the way, guys. We're not again, here's another thing that also happens when you stream coding. I program a certain way so that when I know how to do something, it's easier to get to that point. And so instead of saying this is how the data structure of this thing needs to be, I don't even know what the thing is yet. I make it differently so that when I know what it needs to be, I can make the structure that way more easily. Does that make sense? But when you see it, like when people see it, they're like, oh my God, what is all that? That's shit. It's like, well, yeah, but I'm not. It's like, all your problems can be solved by this one coding editor that I prefer, and you should use it as well to fix all your problems. Have you tried Editor X yet? Yeah, that's a lot of cargo cult stuff with this, where you can buy a guitar and picks and amps and everything like that and still not fucking play, you know? So, I went to a family member's house. I won't say what side of the family or anything. But they had a bunch of guitars, and they couldn't play any of them. And it was really fascinating. He had better guitars than somebody I knew who could play really well. Like really well. And this guy had all these wild ones and stuff, and it was just sitting there collecting dust, and he'd sort of like quote unquote jam on it, and it was awful. Yeah. We can check everything has the expected value between steps, bake assertions into the functions. Yeah, I think I'm ready to start doing that part, the whole assertion thing. We have I only have one really, it's not even assertion, but it's just, I have it set as a breakpoint, but I think we could start doing the assertions, but that's what I've basically been doing here. So I suppose we could do that now. So like, for instance, this is an assertion. So I assert that difference is less than or equal to the buffer size. All right, how's that for an assertion? Difference between input indexes is too large. You need to add some QoS, dude. There we go. Right. Yeah, if I assert, then we lose connection and everything breaks. The assertions, so the Godot assertions go away when you don't do a debug build. So I'll probably throw some MGUI in somewhere at some point. We'll get there. We're still going to keep going along here with what we are, because we're deep in it. And let's make sure that we're doing this. That's fine like that. These really don't need to be here. Okay. In my game, I am leaving asserts even in the released shipped builds. They've been catching some nice bugs in the wild. Jumbo can code in Emacs with no color support, no IntelliSense. Yeah. I mean, like I learned, basic on an Apple II way back in the day. It was all just fucking green text. It was like, JD does dev. I learned you're amazing. So let's take a look at when we're processing these inputs. Now we're doing these. Let's just try. This sounds crazy. Let's do this before we send the server tick out. Watch, it's that simple. Oh, God damn it. Every 15. All right. Time to do a little bit of rewriting here. The real limit is people not having the balls to work on a multiplayer game like our Mr. Streamer. Sure. I have the ultimate out. I didn't succeed because multiplayer is hard. So we need a way, I need a way to log this that is specific to the, see, we might as well get MGUI in here, but the problem, it's kind of a bitch in GD script. One wrong step and the whole game breaks. Here's that. Here's this. So let's add, oh, we do have a rich text. La bleu. Oh my God, it's called log already. Did I already get this all set up? Log rich text. Oh my gosh. Oh my God. I can't believe it. So merge text label doesn't have append. How's your stuff coming along though, Alex? It's not so fucking easy, is it, Alex? Append text. Add text. Looking good in the neighborhood. So what we're going to do is try and figure out if we're off on our processing of the input, which is seeming more and more to be the case. ID last input. So let's double check what we're sending on the SymTick. That's decoding. And we're sending ID last input. Okay. And this would be after we process the movement. You know, I wonder if we should assign. Let's look at on the client side. A lot of this is shit code, guys. I know it's shit. Okay, you don't have to tell me. When are we tracking the position change for the rollback? Is this before or after we actually do the process input? It's after. Is that right? Is that right? You sure about that? Process input. We flag the ID of the last input. Okay, and then when we do the SymTick, so we do it here. ID last input. And then we do positions. I don't know, boys. It seems okay. But how about this for now? How about we do index and we do pause, %s, and we include the player position on our index. How about we do that? That sounds fun. Something about the end of okay. Do you think when your brain fires off its last synapses, everyone's like, oh, you know, your life flashes before your eyes or whatever. Do you think you're going to remember sitting at the computer? Feels like as a kid, the longer Le Ginger. How you doing? It feels like as a kid, the memories that I have as a kid aren't sitting and watching TV. You know? It's like going out and doing things. Okay, that was too much gunpowder. It's going good. I had a long think about Thornity's involvement in my project. Oh, so and Conrad just tried my game. Cool. So are they like Thornity wanted to like I thought it was more like a pure like a God, what do you call it? Like not like a guidance counselor, but oh, he wants to market and advertise. Oh, I see. Consultant? No, not even consultant. Like a life coach thing, but like a more of a pure mentor. Yeah, I thought it was a mentoring. That's what I was thinking. You guys, I kind of want to just tear this out right now. I want to go get my huge heavy ass mallet and just beat the shit out of this and knock it out. This isn't supporting anything, but it doesn't need to be here anymore. The same thing that he's doing with the black hole guys at the moment, be fully involved in the project for a 30 to 40% post Steam cut. Ooh. I mean, that's I can't do the percentage math off my head. I mean, it's almost safe to say that's another 30% off. That's 60%. 60 to 70%. So you're only taking 30% home. No money up front. He does all the marketing, advertisement, outreach to content creators with millions of followers. Yeah. And I make 100% of a small pie. I mean, the thing that I would suggest if you go that route is you need escape clauses in a contract where if they're not doing anything, they don't get a cut. Like you need provable, actionable items that have been achieved, because otherwise, and I could go to anyone and say, and I'm not saying anything about Thornity. I'm thinking from a CYA perspective of somebody telling me that this is what they're gonna do. Because this is what publishers tell people they're gonna do, and sometimes they don't do anything, but they still take a cut. That's the problem. So I would just be careful about that. So I would be careful that and I'm not saying Thornity's doing this, but I would be careful that someone's not rolling around saying, hey, I'm going to do all this stuff for you. We're going to write a contract where I get 30% of anything you make. And they know the game's a banger and it's going to make money anyway, so they don't have to do anything. And they're just rolling around, scooping people up and doing that. I'm not saying Thornity's doing this, but my concern immediately goes towards scenarios like that. So, and it just becomes a blast email of, hey, I've got these 10 games, streamer, I want you to check out. And it's not really, hey, this one game is amazing. Well, I mean, it depends on who you go with. I would definitely look over anything if you're signing some sort of agreement. And if the person isn't malleable to changes, then maybe that's a warning. But I'm not here to stir shit though. So I don't know. I don't know if I would. I don't know. I mean, it's I don't know. I won't weigh in. I'm not going to weigh in on this. This is a choice you're going to have to make. Cuz I don't want to make. Yeah. Yes. That's a lot of visibility. And here's something else I'll say about that. I have it in my Discord. Do you know what game Mr. Beast played or had people play to win money for playing that got over, how many was it? 7 million views and only peaked at 320 Steam players? The one from Amazon, I believe. So exposure is so exposure is something that I don't know that anyone really knows how a zeitgeist works. And so I think there's definitely something to being at a certain time in a certain place. We call it luck, but it's really like a cultural moment. So I don't know. It feels like I can't really weigh in on it. I don't want to create a rift or anything like that. It's just Well, no, you can't strategically place it. Otherwise, it's not it's not the zeitgeist, right? It's not. That's part of the. So I mean, no one could have predicted that the one clone of, I was talking about this yesterday. One clone of PUBG that exploded was the one where you build buildings immediately and it looks like something from Nerf. Like, so because there was like a million PUBG clones, you know, and only one of them really, and they ate PUBG's breakfast and lunch and dinner. But I'm a solo dev with no track record, no connections, just a really good developer. I don't think I have a knack for marketing, whereas he has a track record. For me, I never had it. Yeah, I mean, it's a choice that you have to make. That's one way. That's one way I can put it. I think it could be a great opportunity. I do think that you would want to behoove you in a contract situation. One, you need a contract, and two, there needs to be some sort of deliverables. That's it. That's my suggestion. And if that's not possible or they scoff at it, to me that's a warning. But I think that a good test of any relationship when they push over a contract to you is to ask for some sort of change on it, no matter how small, to see how they respond to that. And if they start getting real angry and hostile immediately, then abort. But yeah, I mean, it's tough, dude. It's tough. But I think this is what I'm saying. This is where the money is in games right now, is in producing things that people who are making games feel like they need. That's where the money is. Assets, courses, consultantships, things like that. The market is very saturated. And so success right now is you need a good game on top of a lot of other scenarios to play out properly. But I will say that just having big streamers play your game can sometimes lead to nothing. And I've seen a lot of people have that experience without any marketing assistance, where they got huge plays and stuff from streamers, and it just never quantified into sales. Yeah, Black Hole releases Monday and has 4K wish lists. And I hope it does. I hope it does good for sure. I read a story on X by a dev who did 50K wish lists and got almost no sales on Steams. Yeah. There's so many thoughts that I have to unpack that I can't. And again, I don't want to unintentionally start stirring shit or anything like that. And I think that Thorny probably knows the ask that he's asking for and what the difficulty is for someone to accept something like that. Who might, why there might be tension with it. Yeah. So I will say though that you can make numbers go up and they can mean nothing. So so like Olex was saying with the wish list count, you can, I mean, it would behoove that person to want your game to succeed. 30 to 40% cut seems enormous after Steam. I can't do the math off the top of my head. But that's like you're losing 55%. So over half of your sales are getting cut out. And the other danger here too, and another thing that you need to consider is you might have to end up paying taxes on all of that, right? Because the money gets deposited into your business account or your sole proprietorship or whatever it is. So you end up on the hook for the taxes of that total, even though you cut some of it out to somebody else. Like, you got to be careful how you do that even. So you have to make sure that, for instance, that they claim it as a income. So, like, there's a few things that you need to do as well as an interested party in it. So you got to be willing to, that's a lot of work in itself, right? I will tell you that I don't know that I would take that risk. I don't know that I would agree to anything until I had my own Steam page out and figured out what traction I was getting, right? But that person might tell you, oh, you don't want to launch the Steam page the wrong way, otherwise you'll never get it, and you'll never get the wish list or whatever. So, I don't know. That's a interesting proposition. It sounds like a huge cut. So, but yeah, I definitely will play the game at some point, La Ginger. I'm not trying to shit on, I want to be clear here, I'm not trying to shit on Thornity at all. I'm just, the way that I'm reading this is how I would react to it had it been proposed to me. Totally honest. Immediate, like, oh, I don't know. Well, to me, Medusa, it's more of how much do you want to bet on yourself? My concern is that someone's coming in and seeing a game that they know is going to be successful. And again, I'm not saying this is what Thornity's doing, but they're like, this is going to bang, and I'm going to kind of, you know, it's kind of what publishers do when they come to indies. They swoop in and they say, hey, we're going to market your game. You know, it's, you need this, it's great, but, it's that, like, and for some indie people, that's like the approval they're seeking. And it's like, I made it. A publisher wants to publish my game. And I think there's some publishers that there's good relationships with. Digital, what's the one? I can't think of their name right now. They have those wild E3 videos that they used to do. They still do them, but it's also sanity off your plate, depending on, I don't know. If you feel like it's not working out, it might add more stress than if you had rolled your own. It is just very nuanced. Yeah. What I would do, La Ginger, is I would wait for the launch of Aramis's game, and I would get a list of people that Thornity's worked with, and I would talk to them about it. Just to make sure everything, like, that you feel like this is a good idea or not. And I would say, if you ever have a publisher come and approach you, you should go to every developer, especially the ones that had failed launches or whatever, and say, hey, what was it like working with them? Who did you work with? What was their names? Find out if those people even still work for that company. Like, if it was a success, for instance, hey, who'd you work with when you got published by so-and-so? And then look up at the company, look up the chart, the company chart, and find out if they still work there or not even. Stuff like that. Like, I would certainly say to do a lot of due diligence beyond just, I don't believe that I can market my own game. So, yeah. I don't know. What would you guys do? The main publisher success story I think of is Balatro, where Local Thunk had the majority done, but they helped finish the project, help with the localization, and of course marketing. Steam is the publisher. I think my mom would buy the first copy. Instant success. Personally, I think things are too random. I would only go with the publisher if I feel like I'm crashing out. I mean, here's another thing that some people do when they go with a publisher is, hey, just guarantee me a paycheck. Like, I don't even want the cut of the game. Some people just want to know they're going to get a set amount of money so they can work on the game. Sometimes that's a relationship. And then there's publishers that buy the IP from you and they just keep it running. So you sell the IP to them and you're out, right? Prison Architect. There's a bunch of games that have done that. A lot of the sim games from Mars Sim or whatever it's called, that whole studio, their whole thing is buying other people's IPs and then flipping them. A lot of devs believe in luck, and that destroys them instead of believing in hard work and making an objectively good game. I don't know. I also, not being involved in the trailer creation is I don't know. But I don't want to give any bad advice. I feel like I'm not the person to give advice on this, Legender. I will say, for me, right now, when I'm working on this stuff, there are certain people in chat, I'm not going to say who they are, but when they say certain things to me, I'm listening. That's extremely helpful to me. There are people here that give me inputs and stuff that I know I can action on, that are like, I can trust that they're not talking out of their ass, and I don't know how to explain it. And so that to me is extremely valuable, and that's like my mentorship, if I was to put it that way. There are certain people here that I hear things from, and I go, okay, I'm gonna run on that because of the response I'm seeing from XYZ individual. That's not to say I'm not listening to all inputs, but if I were to listen to everything I ever heard somebody tell me, that would be like schizophrenia. So ultimately, you have to take your inputs and pick what you're gonna listen to, right? Yeah, AAA games. I mean, that's what's happening in the AAA space right now. They have an entire marketing budget behind it, and a whole publisher, the entire industry mechanism is working for them, and they're failing. So it's a conflicting one. I will need to think a lot about, but I have a call with him on Thursday now. So he said he wanted me to wait until the stats are in from Black Hole to see whether or not. But going to contract the other devs is a great idea. Contact the other devs. Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying where my lizard brain starts to go, wait a minute. I'm instantly like, huh? Like, because I'll be honest. I mean, it's the minute that, you know, it's the difference between Microsoft. If I mean, it would be great. It would be great to have a big successful game under your belt, even if somebody took 30% of away of it. I guess maybe that would work great because now you're an established name on Steam, and now your next game you're going to have like kind of a following or something like that. Maybe it all works out that way. I don't know. So, I don't know. I don't know. And maybe this is I mean, you know, one of the most a hugely successful game was programmed in fucking JavaScript. And it's got a JavaScript to C pipeline for console and everything, which is fucking madness. And the next game they're working on is doing the same thing. And it's like, well, okay, I don't clearly, you know, Minecraft Java. No, it's what is it? Vampire Survivors, right? Yeah, I mean those would be my concerns. You know, I've asked a few developers on like in different ways, like how did you get for marketing, for instance, how did you get XYZ to even host your game? How'd you get the trailer on IGN? How'd you do this? How'd you do that? And it's like, well, I just emailed them. And it's like, oh, okay. Like, all right. But some of it is networking. And I guess having somebody who's networked and has connections and can say, hey, you know, could you cover this or whatever? But I still haven't played the game yet, so I do need to do that. Paradox is the publisher that I'm thinking of. Paradox, I believe, is the one that buys IPs and continues to like they basically have a team of people that just do updates to other IPs that they buy. I think that's who I'm thinking of. I could be wrong. Let me see. Surviving Mars. Yeah, Paradox. So Paradox goes around, finds successful games, and says, hey, you don't want to take care of this anymore. We'll buy it from you and do it. And they buy it out of people, and it's a buyout. So the people stop making money off of it at that point, but they don't. They get some sort of cash offer, and they're out. So that's their entire thing, is to take other people's games, grab their code, and then mother it, and just milk the stone. Okay. I'm gonna start getting some debugging stuff. Still here, just talking in between our RL games. I see the pros and cons, but I think for a first time game actually on Steam, it might be a good way to make connections, understand the flow from someone who's done it before, and it'll teach a lot. And if the game makes nothing regardless of his assistance, then it wasn't worth doing in the first place. Nothing pushes something more than their entire stuff is based on money. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Why would yeah. I'll just say that that's not and if you think that's like that's not what you're doing though, right? Like if someone's telling me that my game is like, you know, if I do this stuff, your game's going to be huge, then in my head I'm like, well, why wouldn't I just do that? And if you're saying, well, it's because they're motivated by money, then like I guess it's the same thing. It's like, well, why aren't you? But I get it. I think it's the same thing. It's just I worry that I don't know. Again, it feels like I'm shit talking. No, well, I mean, you asked me for my thoughts. There they are. I don't think I'm seeing the bad in things. In that sense, I'm just I you know, um, I could see how someone could go around and see a game that they know is going to be successful and kind of I mean, this is what publishers do to indie games all the time. They scoop up, they out of the blue, you've got a game published on or a wish list on Steam, you've got this, and all of a sudden you get an email from a publisher who's interested. They came to you. That's weird. So, that's where it's like, for me, my spidey sense starts tingling. I thought it was like a mentorship thing. For me, that relationship, but it was like, hey, I'll just give some suggestions and stuff like that. I just want to see I think the game could do well. It just needs a couple of these changes here and there and that kind of thing. But that's I didn't realize when you were describing the situation that it was like that. So that to me rings the caution warning alarm bells, and I would start to engage in things a little differently at that point. And I would wonder how have you ever been invited to somebody's house and you thought they were wanting to become your friends, and then they suddenly told you about a fantastic business opportunity called Amway? Has that ever happened to you? Anytime after that, I got invited to a dinner from somebody, I got very suspicious and kind of waited for the Amway thing to drop. Where it's like, have you guys heard about this fantastic thing? It's called a pyramid scheme, and I'm higher than you on it. So that's where, for me, yeah. Otherwise, it would take a lot of time to learn. Longer, treat him as mentor at the same time. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's I mean, your Steam is taking a cut, and here's a suggestion for the contract. For instance, this only involves Steam. It does not involve any release outside of Steam. For instance. So if you decide you're going to do the time, money, and effort to release on console, anything the game makes is yours. Like, to me, that seems like a reasonable thing to put in a contract. And that would just be something that it would pop into my head as I was thinking about it. Something along those lines, right? Maybe you want to put it on itch. Itch doesn't necessarily have to take a cut. Maybe you take the 30% cut that Steam would do, and you put that off the price that you would sell it on itch for instance. If you find out that you feel like maybe you got kind of taken for, maybe, I don't know. But that's me being, I guess, suspicious or whatever. But I have lived long and I have been screwed. So I guess when you have those things happen to you, you start to get a lot more careful about certain interactions with folks and stuff. So that's just like my life experience. I have lived long and I have been screwed. You know, if you're a parent and how do I put it? a lot of times when you're yeah, that's what I'm trying to kind of I'm with Greg. I mean, if it's something you want to do, I would say do it. For me, I would be very cautious and a little I would tighten up the contract like fucking crazy, for instance. So that would be how my route would go. But I mean, it kind of feels like you already had your mind made up when you yeah. I mean, I can't speak to the quality of the individual, and I can't speak to the, I don't know. I don't know the person. I don't know. Here's something I will say. When I raid, I don't raid people who have a higher view count than me, and there's a reason why I don't do that. I find that when I raid people with a higher view count than me, it's kind of like, oh, you should have. Of course you should have. Sometimes there's not even a recognition, right? And I'm not looking for like, oh, massage me and make me feel good or whatever. But when I do that 3, 4, 5 times, and it's somebody that I actually kind of liked, it kind of changes my opinion of the person. So that's an example of like where I start to adjust my feelings. Anyways, I'll definitely check out the game for sure though, and I can certainly give you feedback on it. But if it sounds like that's what, I don't know, dude. Yeah. Yeah. It is that for me though. That's just a really big cut. That would be hard for me to accept personally. And I'll also. Yeah, it seems for me, I think I'd bounce. It just seems like it would be too much to ask, especially given how much I would put into the thing, and that it's an appeal to my fears is to me, a warning. I'll be right back. I got to use the restroom. Let's not be a prick about it over and over again. Am I Well, I hope. See, that's what I'm trying to say. I don't think I should have even interacted and answered any of my thoughts on it. That's not what I'm trying to do. Oh, me. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely not. I hope see, that's again, I'm not trying to come off that way. I'm really not trying to come off that way. And I'm telling you what my lizard brain is telling me. And it's like literally gut instinct, first reaction. Like, what would I think? Like here's another thing about like maybe the contract side of things, right? I can offer a lot of thoughts on what I would do there. Can you say minus the expenses of the game development? So the cost of the music, the art, whatever it is that you do, the trailer, can you take that out of the some of the cut that other person gets? If they're responsible for the marketing, but they're not going to do the trailer, well, then it seems like you shouldn't have to pay for the cut of that, right? So some things like that, I would start to say, hey, could we maybe think about like how we're going to do this? Because so you know, stuff like that. But I would just, you know, tighten. For me, my fears, I would tell me, okay, I need to tighten up the contract side of things, and that where my fears would be based, and I would probably be very direct and honest with the person about my fears and my suspicions of like, well, something about this seems off, or here's why I'm thinking what I'm thinking, kind of thing. And based on the response that I got, I would be able to tell if they're, because it would, if it's what I was thinking, then they would attack, and they would come at me with, you're an idiot, you don't know anything, your game's not gonna succeed without me, blah blah blah, and they'll just start telling you how dumb and stupid you are, and they'll start trying to beat you down. And that's when you basically have confirmation, like, okay, this is not even a good relationship, right? But you know, I've experienced that. You know, anytime you deal with salespeople, that's the kind of the response you get when you start to shut them down, especially when you can very clearly tell it's bullshit and they're trying to get you to agree something very quickly without thinking. That's not what's happening here. It doesn't sound like at all. They're saying, hey, let's wait and see how Thornity's or how Aramis's does and all that stuff. So that sounds good. That sounds like the good kind, right? But it's all belief systems here, where does marketing matter or not, and how much of it matters and stuff. And those are questions you have to answer for yourself, for sure. And so when you figure that out, that's where you make your decision. I think for me, as I work on this game, it would be so hard for me to go and let anyone else, like, what I would love to be able to do is get somebody to help me with, say, like art, and say, okay, we're going to profit share. Like, we both worked on this thing, and I'm going to figure out some amount that we can split. But that's really kind of hard to do. And so just like kind of figuring that out is like difficult, and it takes some time to like, okay, well, how do we do taxes? How does this work? How does that work? You know, do I actually need to change the shape of my company so that payout, like certain things make more sense or whatever, and stuff like that. You know, that's where it becomes a little difficult. I really wish, and I hope to one day see on Steam, for instance, that you can connect two sort of entities and split revenues easily through Steam's payment system. Because I think that would cause an explosion of collaboration in the indie space in particular. Because that side of things, like, because usually what happens is the indie developer has to just pay up front, and so they're paying up front. The artist, in a way, kind of wins, but then they get screwed if the game's huge. The guy who did the music, I'll say it again, the guy who did the music for Balatro got paid on Fiverr. And his music was played at the fucking Game Awards. So that's the kind of thing where I feel like, you know, even the person producing some music for a game is like, man, I sure hope, I don't know. It's like, fuck, that game did really good, and I got paid $30 for the music. Shit. So, but I do think that having people kind of, the profit sharing is a way to know that people have a vested interest in it. I just worry from the marketing standpoint. I feel like, I don't know. It's, you're trying to, you have to trust someone who sells things. So that's where that can be a hard thing to do sometimes, because a salesman, what is the person selling, really? So that's, but I mean, I've talked to Thornady, and he's rated me, I've rated him, and we've talked and everything, and he seems like a chill dude, and he's always come down, I don't see, like, there's actually a YouTube video with him on it that just hit my recommendations recently. So he seems like a good guy. But for me, the situation is like, like I don't, because it's like a big ask. So depending on the involvement. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I've been watching a lot of these Steamworks videos, and it dispels a lot of myths about marketing on Steam. Have different values for everyone. Right. Right. Yeah. The reason why I think 30% is a lot is because I do feel like the effort imbued by somebody who only a month. If it were something I worked on for 5 months, sure, I'd test it out. If it were a major passion project I worked on every day for 3 years, I'd be a hard pass. Yeah, that's why for me, that's the reaction that I'm getting, because I'm imagining the time I'm devoting to this thing, and then that being the proposition, that would be a very hard pass. Except, like, again, I'd talk and I'd be like, okay, well, let's run through this, and would you be willing to agree to this or that, and see where I could get it to where I feel like I can think about it. But I had a guy come up and try to sell me solar, and started telling me that it would pay for itself, and blah 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 blah, and all this shit. And I had just come from it was funny, but it and I have a recording of it, actually, because this is not a consent state for two-party recordings. So anytime I interact with anybody who's like a contract worker or anything, I'm always recording. Because if they try to screw me, I'll have a recording of it, and I can use it. But yeah. So, but yeah, for me, for 3 years of work, like what Greg is saying, I'd probably be like, yeah. Especially, I mean, because by then I'll have a Steam page up and I'll get an idea of what's going on. So, watch me eat my words. All right. So now we just need to pass index into our, when we do this. And this is where we're going to see if there's a discrepancy when we're processing the input. And we might see it right away. The other thing too is we're reprocessing inputs. Gotcha. Yeah, and the other thing I do is just make sure you retain ownership and that the IP, you're not accidentally signing away the IP and um um okay, so now we can show this client's input, like its input index, and line it up here so we can see right when it goes wrong. Okay, so let's scroll up. We're going to pause. Ah, shit, but I can't scroll up when we do that. So right here. Okay. Now let's take a look at what happens here. 37598. This is all good. This is good. What index are we starting out here? 249. But then we're saying we're firing at 248. Does it matter if it's one off? I don't know yet. So we should probably include some more data. So let's include dir. So we'll just say %s and we'll include dir. But yeah, I feel weird talking about it because it can be turned into drama. And I feel like as I'm growing as a streamer, I should probably just decline to talk about stuff like that. Because I don't want to be like a shit stirrer. And the other problem too with an always online presence or a very online presence is that people can turn things into shit. They people can hate watch you and try and basically fuck with so we're going to put index at the front. I mean, I've been wary, like, a lot of people make YouTube videos and have opinions on them and stuff like that. And I'm so wary to do that. Because one, I don't have like a fixed opinion on anything. I don't find that I'm like set in anything just yet. I don't know. And I also it just doesn't, I don't have time for that. Okay, so we only need dir, and then we need the cam rotation. Although, let's just do movement without cam rotation, because it's already going wrong without the cam rotation. So index, dir, the mag, and then the position. Let's see what's going wrong here. Okay, that's the server. Whee! Okay, we're getting a ton of problems. So we scroll up. And the input start. Right there. Okay. Bam, here we are. We're off. So let's inspect here. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So let's look at our calculation for the number. Can we print the entire value of a float? Wonder. We're getting warmer, boys. We know we're doing the same exact timing for the button presses. One thing, though, for certain is... Yeah, so we're off track. So one thing for certain is that our comparison index number is wrong. So even once we fix this, there's still another issue with how we're doing the comparisons. So, but we do know that we're getting invalid stuff. Well, you know what else we could do is highlight what. Okay, well, we're not going to do that yet. So direction. Doing a bunch of stuff here with dir. We rotate it. Wondering if it's the order that we do things in, if we can change it. So position, magnitude. Calc dir %. Guess I don't need to repeat this. I could write this in a different way, so I don't have to. Okay. Well, look at this. Whoa, wait a minute. Oh shit, boys, we're skipping stuff to process. Oh shit, okay. Why? Why would this be happening? Let's do this on the right here, right before we go to process it. let's just go, and we might need to add a global string to be able to track this a little bit better. But if we just have a number we're spitting out here, this should work too. We're getting close to finding the our friend the bug. There we go. So this is right where it should break. Oh, we see it a little sooner. 251. 252. We get a totally different calculation here. Let's confirm that the rotation number that we're sending is identical. Okay, but even regardless of that, if that were only the case, there goes the server. The funniest thing about if I switched over to Unity, it was all the people saying you wouldn't have this problem if you use Godot. Because then that would start happening. And then if I did my own engine, people would say you wouldn't have this problem if you used an engine. So how do we end up with a completely different calculated direction number? What if... All right, here's a wild idea. This is gonna fucking suck if this works. What if we chop the float down? So we do something like this. We say direction equals. Can we round on a vec3? but I can't say the nearest integer. So guys, what is that called when I want to round to an accuracy? Stepify? Snapped? Nearest multiple of step. Okay. So let's there's two possibilities here. We may be able to snap the value that we're rotating by because we're creating it's a float. And so maybe if we get this locked in place into a fixed way of doing it, we'll get the same result. Or we're just going to snap the direction, which seems like a worse solution because we lose accuracy in our movement. Snap float F. So let's do 5. And then direction equals. Okay. I can spell. I can spell. Okay, that's. So now we can't move. What do we end up with? Oh, shit. Okay. Well, boys, I think this is going to be something my brain's got to cook on. Even from a troubleshooting standpoint, maybe I need a break. I don't know. What do you think? I like to make the game so we can go back to that. We can go back to that. It seems to be working, but we're still rollbacking. So, and I think this is because the comparison number we're on is one off. So let me just do this. If we know it's one off, where are we doing it at? Client, right here. ID input. I'm doing a +1 here. Let me try -1. No. Let's try just the input. Ah! Whoa. Okay, so that's definitely not it. So this seems to be buffer index. ID input. -2. Let's try it. So that seems the most accurate. Need to spit out how often we're getting we need an average rollback number as well. Every 15. It seems better. Let's see when it gets off. If it does. See, if it doesn't get off, then we know, for instance, that we just know that calculated dir everything's the same. Positions. Op. 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 Sexy lady. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh. 89, 88, 79. Right here. Totally different number. Totally different number. Totally different. Totally different number. We are at 224. 224. Go back up. 223. Completely different number. We're off by 1. 69. This is right when we get the completely different number. And it's because 79. That changes. Our calculated dir is different. Come on, Cricket. Let's get rid of the cam rotation bullshit. It's not bullshit, but we're going to get rid of it. It's not too bad, but it's still definitely, it's still happening. Again, we're looking at, let's look at player speed. Is a float. It's like I don't want to stop this because I'm so deep in it. Baby. I'm so deep in it. What about raising the threshold for when you do a correction? So, okay, so we're not using physics for movement whatsoever. We're seeing that we're processing the exact same inputs in the exact same order. Now, but what we're seeing is when we do a calculation of like where our position should be, then suddenly we're off. Now we're not using delta because we're calculating on our process input, which is a fixed tick. So I'm not applying a delta to it. Let's do this. Non-determinism of Godot. Well, that's what I'm thinking is I'm thinking that we can't rotate using floats. I think that what I think is it's the quantum problem. I'm thinking that
I mean, I'm on the exact same computer, so the float math should be identical. The number that we're calculating is identical for our vector, our direction vector. So, but what we end up with is wrong. Now, let's do this. Let's do a breakpoint if we'll have a last index. To 360 degrees. I can do that. I mean, I could do that too, Bob, even with what Olex is saying, because I know that I'm only doing 64 possible angles. So I am doing that. I am doing that already. Technically, I'm translating. I'm translating angles into 64 possible degrees, and then sending that over as an integer for the input. And I'm always processing input that way. So it's back when I'm bringing it back that we end up having the issue. This also, even if we fix it with, say, just dir, cam rotation's also getting passed through. So we could do it for both. Cam rotation is 256 possible degrees. Well, I think we're in the right wheelhouse, but I need better tools for troubleshooting this. Yeah, so we translate the analog input into 6 bits, and then we use 2 bits for the magnitude. And let's see. Maybe we could, another possible way we could do this is to do a, yeah, we can't rotate a vec3i. Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now, Olex. There's a few. I already have spotted a few issues. Okay, there's some absolutes that I can state, which is that all character movement, including the stuff we receive over the network, is processed using the exact same steps of encrypting, encoding, or I don't know how to say it, turning those inputs into bytes, taking them back out of the bytes as a packet, and then executing those inputs. So nothing is not using this step here, basically. I think the thing that I do want to look at, though, is to confirm because I could have sworn I saw some missed. Basically, that the index equals the last index. Here's what we'll do. We'll highlight it with red if it doesn't, if it's not greater than, if it's not more, just one more. So how do you do rich text BB edit?
Blah. Wait. It's a new line that's fucking it up. Let's put the new line at the beginning. No, that's not going to do it either. Let's append the new line at this point here. Why is the syntax... Let's do a test here for our color equals red. Taco. Color. Okay, why did that work? Well, when I do it, I get a big FU. Explain. Brosif. Append text. Add text. Fuck you. That's what it was. Ah. There she is. See those red blips there, guys? That's when we're skipping processing inputs. For some reason, oh my God, look at that one. For some reason, when we go to process the input,
Now those ones are, this is interesting. That's when we're this is when we're this is the rollbacks. These are the rollback inputs here. So this is where we roll back and we run through the inputs again. So, but these red lines here, these are bad. That red you're seeing, that not good. That not good at all. That bad. Not good. Bad. That bad. It's pretty fucking consistent, it looks like, too. 1, 2, so 94. Let's see. We may have a break in the case. Look at that. Doesn't that look like a pattern to you? It looks like a goddamn pattern to me. Okay. Oh, this happened a couple of times. Oh, you know why? I bet. Look at that. Out of order. Look at that. What in the Sam Heckery is going on? What in the tomfoolery? $172 to $210. $210 minus 172. 38. Almost 40. But we're missing 211. 211 to 251. That sounds like 40 to me. 251 minus 211, and we get 40. 251 to 291. That sounds like 40. 291 to 331. That sounds like 40. Okay. We're cooking. We're getting somewhere. It's an off by 1. Like I said it feels like an off by 1. Christ! Is that all this is? There's no way. Three hours for off by 1. Well, yes. However, well, and no. This isn't all I've been doing. Well, yes, I have been doing this for 3 hours. The stream has been 6. So yes and no. We did do some refactoring along the way. Let's not forget the friends we refactored along the way, right? So we did refactor quite a lot in here, and we actually did. There was quite a few issues in here that we cleaned up. So there were other points that were causing the jitter. Used to be way worse. So now we're getting it down to the essence, the evanescence of it all. So this is like we're at the beginning stages of all this as far as like the net code is concerned. Over time, this is going to get massage all of this, obviously. Okay. Really like your window manager, completely free of distraction. I want it for Windows 11. You know what's even crazier is you can just hide the top too. So then it's just like this. So it's literally all you see is the window. And none of that, like, none of the close shit or whatever. Like, oh, we gotta use an entire ribbon at the top just so you can have a close and minimize and expand buttons and all that shit. Has that gotten better in Windows? I can't even remember. That was one of the concessions that OS 10 made that was like sucked, but it was also nice. But then they put the bar back anyways. But it's like you have the file and you have the main like menu stuff at the top. But then it doesn't matter because you're using that space for this like arrow, you know, fucking glass looking shit. So funny we went away from all that and now they're bringing it back, but like 10 times worse. For OS 10 or OS X, is it? No. Or do they just call it X? Is it X? Okay. So then, my friends, are we sending it wrong? So here's what could be going wrong with this is that because we're executing inside of a physics step, it could literally be running out of time. Is that a possibility? Because it's on a fixed tick. It's like a hard and fast tick, baby. So what happens when I write something that processes longer than that tick? Does it just drop it and say, I can't fucking do this, never mind? Like, what happens, baby? I didn't write this thing. I don't know. How about we do this? We do last index again. Okay, so we're going to break here if this ever happens when we run execute. Now, just want to confirm this is what we're sending across for the input index. It is. Olex, of course, never having ever had to troubleshoot or debug anything. A miracle of modern. This is, I mean, to be frank, I mean, this is something, facts. I'm never wrong. This is something that I've never done before. Like this whole thing. It's totally just foreign to me. I mean, I remember, guys, I'm not even joking. While I was getting this code written for like 30 days, I was like, how do I do the camera rotation? I'm not even joking. I was like, I don't understand, because our inputs are going to be relative to the facing camera. If I'm only sending inputs, how do I make sure that we're doing the same movement on both ends? Like, I was just like, I don't understand. I don't understand how I'm even going to do that. But I just kept going. It's like, okay, well, we'll figure it out. And look at that. We hit break immediately. Now, why, my good friends? Last index is uno. Uno. Por favor. Ring head. Tell me what your ring head is. Ring head is 0. All right. And then we're looking up on input index. And we're looking at 0. Oh, también. Oh, sí. Sí. Mucho gusto. We're going to kind of cheat. Nobody look. This is disgusting. This is fucking horrible. Don't do this. We're going to cheat. Shh. Look away. Don't look. Shh. Shh, 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 shh. Don't look at that. Just pretend like you didn't see that part. Ah. There we go. Connect. No breakpoints. Okay, further down the rabbit hole we go. Would you look at that? The dev on X who got infamous for pausing Visual Studio Code for 5 milliseconds for every 50 characters. I don't even understand. Was he using... What does that even mean? while pasting, which makes all right, let me see. Oh god, I hate looking at cringe shit. Don't make me do this. I'm logged in. I haven't gone into my X in a long time. Wait. Wait, what? This is in the VS Code? Wait, what? Why would you time it out? Why would you do any timer to... Wait. I'm right in for interval, milliseconds. Terminal process. Wait, this is on a terminal print. Max chunk size. Why would there be a wait? You saw a race condition. But this guy didn't see it, right? The guy who did, right? Oh, God. So the call out is in the blame log forever put this code in. Oh, my God. But it wasn't this dude. He's the one who found it, right? Yeah. Yeah, you can't the worst is that you don't know you have a race condition because of something like that. Because you're on, like, say you're on a slower system or a faster system, and it just so happens that you just don't even know it's there. It's like, it works fine for you. And then you roll it out and everyone's like, yeah, nothing works. It stops right here every time. Oh my God, that sucks. This is why, like, you're probably right, though. This is probably what triggered the creation of this. But I mean, this is for debugging. Like, this is when you're trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. So you do something like this and you're like, oh, okay, now I know more about the problem. But you don't, this isn't the fix. See his comment on line 22. I didn't even read the comments. Oh my God, they... Oh my God. Writing... I didn't even read the comment. Writing large amounts of data can be corrupted for some reason. After looking into this, appears to be a race condition around writing to the FD, which may be based on how powerful the hardware is. The workaround to this, for this, is to space out when large amounts of data is being written to the terminal. And then they point to a known issue, supposedly. HTTPS GitHub.com Microsoft VS Code. Why would the code commit in its own code commit point to this? This is where you fix it. That is bizarre. Because this is like, oh yeah, this is a known issue. I'm not going to fix it. Here's the known issue. And the solution is to just make everyone's computer slower. That's fast. I just found out that I can't call. So this is the thing they're talking to. Can't call send text API or paste into terminal with long text. I just found out that I can't call terminal send text with a text as long as the following one because it gets cropped. Okay, so it's not long at all, right? I found out about this issue because I'm coding a little function that is given in paths to opens. It opens them in a new VS Code window as an unnamed workspace. And doing so, it's building a command that looks like this. I can't even split this particular command into smaller ones because of a different issue. Oh my God, this goes the rabbit hole, dude. Oh my God, this goes. It's everyone's not fixing the actual problem. It keeps going. Just get it working. It doesn't matter. Should I even bother reading this? Oh my God. So this one's from 2017. Executing a command like code dash blah, 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 completely breaks the window. I only get a couple of paths added no matter what. Duplicate icons and status bar and the entire thing basically becomes unstable and unusable. Executing code blah, blah, blah works just fine. So what's the difference between the two? Oh, they're not, okay, they're not, they're bullying and anting these? I don't know. What is, this is like a command line thing? Works just fine. Unfortunately, for a high number of paths, I can't submit this command to the terminal via the terminal text send because of this bug. Okay, so that goes back. It points to itself. So they have. How is it possible? Okay, first of all, how could this ticket point to this one and say it's because of this one? And then this one points to this one and says it's because of this one. That doesn't even make any fucking sense. This one's newer. And this was opened by the same guy. What is he doing? What's wild? So who did the fix? Oh, that's funny. That was a good laugh. This guy's working for Microsoft, so never feel bad about your own skills. Dude, I don't know, man. That's that sounds like it sounds like it's the work environment that's creating the problem in the first place. My guess is there's I'm guessing that where the problem is, you're not allowed to do anything. Like, I could imagine like a certain cultural environment where you actually create bad software because everyone's afraid to fix anything because so-and-so is responsible for XYZ. I mean, it's literally sounds like that's how it was for a long time too. It's like, oh, I'm the task manager guy. I'm the guy who makes the task manager. Oh, there's a problem. Well, I'm not going to, my code is perfect. I'm not going to add anything to it. Mm-hmm. All right. So we now know that we have two issues. And so we're definitely getting somewhere. And the one happens occasionally. So that's the break. So that means on here, we are not +1. Question is, what do we equal? Are we repeating ourselves? I'm going to let this run for a little bit, and then I got to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Oh, now it's happening a bunch. Okay. Be right back. Oh, darn it. Stupid cricket. All right. Let's run it again. This whole time I thought I would get some good data. Oh, I forgot my tea. I'll be right back. Look at that. What in the hell? Is going on? All right. Well, we've got a bunch of things to investigate. I think I'm going to call it, and we're going to come back to this probably next weekend. Hey, you. How you doing, handsome? Did you miss me? I missed you. Dog, you big guy. You want to take a nap? You feeling nappish? You just one, Pablo. Love you. All right, guys. Like I'm gonna raid out. Yeah, my family's home. I don't think so.
Mama,
Yeah.
can I play the Pugsy thing with me?
Pug's tea thing with you.
Yeah.
Can I?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, I could watch. I really just want to take a break. All right, guys, we're gonna raid out. We made some progress on this problem. We have a better idea of what's going on.
I have an Oreo cake. Can I have one? Okay, let's let Papa finish up. Oh, that's really yummy.
Oh, we could raid Art. Art is building a game from scratch in C, I believe. I think he's watching a video of himself walking. Art's a chill dude.
Yeah, he's got wicked Viking hair. Pillaging his ancestors pillaged many a land. All right. See you guys later.